Chapter 26. Xue Ji smiled faintly and said, I only found out from little brother Ming that you are the successor of senior ghost chef. I'm ashamed. I actually let you chop firewood in the Cool Breeze restaurant. Nian Bing thought to herself, you don't seem to be younger than my master, but you actually call my master senior. How funny. Mr. Xue, you don't have to be so polite. I didn't reveal my identity. How can I blame you? There's no place to sit here. I'm really sorry. Xue Ji sighed lightly and said, I've always prided myself on my ability to judge people, but this time I've made such a mistake. This time I'm here to apologize for my neglect of you in the Cool Breeze restaurant, as well as my daughter's mischief. My daughter was really mischievous at that time, to actually let you pretend to be her boyfriend. Speaking of which, with your talent, how can my daughter be worthy of you? Nian Bing still had a good impression of Xue Ji. You flatter me, Mr. Xue is too polite. As long as Miss Xuejing doesn't blame Nian Bing for hiding the enmity, Nian Bing is satisfied. Xue Ji smiled and said, You're both young people. There's no harm in interacting more in the future. In terms of culinary skills, even little brother Ming admits that he's inferior. I only have one daughter, Jing Er. In the future, she will be the successor of the Cool Breeze restaurant. If she can learn more about culinary skills from you, I can be assured to hand over the Cool Breeze restaurant to her. Long Ji, you have a daughter. Do you think I don't? My daughter is not inferior to your daughter in terms of looks, but it's a pity that my daughter's temper is really bad. This Nian Bing not only has superb culinary skills, she's also not weak in magic and seems to have a good character. Father! Xuejing's pretty face blushed slightly. She looked at her father, then looked at Nian Bing, and shyly lowered her head. At this moment, she didn't look like a crazy girl at all. Extreme Xue scolded. Why aren't you apologizing to Nian Bing? You are really too much of a troublemaker. Xuejing looked at Nian Bing again. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bring herself to apologize. Nian Bing said, You don't have to apologize. Miss Xuejing didn't do anything wrong. I just hope that you can change your temper. It's better for girls to be gentle. As he spoke, he looked at Longling. Among the three beauties of Ice Snow City, the one that left the deepest impression on Nian Bing was undoubtedly the wise girl Longling. However, the one that left the most favorable impression on Nian Bing was the gentle and lovely girl. Xuejing glared at Nian Bing, but in front of her father, she didn't dare to say anything. Extreme Xue sighed in his heart. In terms of temperament, his daughter really couldn't compare to Longling. Taking the brocade box from Xuejing, Nian Bing said, It's just a small gift. Please accept it, Nian Bing. Although I know that it's impossible for you to return to Clear Wind Fasting, I still hope that you can become a friend of Clear Wind Fasting. As she spoke, Xuejing handed the brocade box to Nian Bing. Nian Bing didn't take it. Why is Mr. Xue so polite? I can't accept this gift. Clear Wind Fasting didn't do anything wrong. I have some relationship with Master Ming, so naturally I'm a friend of Clear Wind Fasting. Extreme Xue smiled. As the saying goes, a treasured sword is a gift to a hero. This thing is an heirloom of the Xue family. My eldest brother inherited my father's title, but this thing is inherited by me. To me, it doesn't have much use, but I think that it will be of some help to you. Just accept it. It's a small token of my appreciation. Nian Bing shook her head. Hearing you say that, I can accept it even more. Since this thing is Mr. Xue's heirloom, it should be inherited by Miss Xuejing. Extreme Xue smiled. Since you've already agreed to be a friend of Clear Wind Fasting, you don't have to call me Mr. Xue. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle. I won't force you, but don't you want to see what it is? Although the outside of this brocade box is wrapped in cloth, the inside is made of lead. That's why the aura of the item inside doesn't leak out. Long Ji knew that things weren't good. From Extreme Xue's words, there must be a treasure inside the brocade box. He was too late to act. He didn't think that extreme Shui would value Nianbing so much that he would even take out his family heirloom. Long Ji, on the other hand, had received a lot of scrolls from Nianbing. It seemed that after they left, he would have to act as well. As expected, even though Nianbing was mature, he was still very curious as a young man. He subconsciously looked at the brocade box in Shui Ji's hand. Shui Ji smiled and opened the buckle on the brocade box. The moment the box was opened, the entire room was filled with a green light. Even the flow of air in the room became stronger. That was the aura of wind elemental energy. The wind elemental energy in the room quickly gathered in the brocade box, causing the green light to become even stronger. The wind seemed to be gently moaning. The buzzing sound was so beautiful. Long Ji's entire body shook. As a wind element archmage, how could he not recognize it? His voice trembled. This is a wind chanting stone. According to legend, Aeolus used his powerful magic power to condense this wind-chanting stone while he was moaning in pain. Only a wind-chanting stone can emit such a strong wind element aura. Brother Shui, you really hid it from me. Extreme Shui smiled. Brother, if it was only a wind-chanting stone, why wouldn't I give it to you? You know, I've always been generous. I won't keep these worldly possessions to myself if I don't need them. Silence and I both have fire element bodies, so we mainly use fire. Therefore, we don't need it. However, the reason why I didn't give it to you and didn't even show it to you is because it's not just a wind-chanting stone. It's a blade that can display extreme speed. The blade that previously held the wind-chanting stone. The blade's name is Proud Heaven. It also has a title, The Soft Chanting of the Wind of Freedom. Finally, the long brocade box was completely opened. Maybe it was because it had been sealed for too long, but the wind element surged wildly. The entire library was dyed green. It was a blade, 1 foot 7 inches long and 3 inches wide. The blade's shape was very strange. It didn't tilt up like a normal blade, but the perfect curve of the blade was displayed. It was a blade, but the blade was extremely thin. Even at its thickest point, it was less than 1/7 of an inch thick. At the blade's edge, there were neat spirals that extended from the bottom to the tip. The blade's biggest feature was that it didn't have a guard. The blade directly extended down to the hilt. The hilt was also strange. There were 4 deep indentations on it, clearly for the fingers. Above the indentations of the index finger and middle finger, there was a vertical indentation, which was perfect for holding the blade. At the end of the hilt, there was a dark green gem protruding outwards. The protruding part was round. The entire blade emitted a strong green light, but as time passed, the green light continued to recede. The brilliance of the blade was so beautiful, Nianbing murmured, the soft chanting of the wind of freedom. Proud Heaven blade, it really is a good blade. Shui Ji seemed to have already expected his surprise. He smiled and explained, the wind-chanting stone is indeed the most precious part of this blade, but at the same time the blade itself is also of the highest quality. It was made from wind green gold, which is why it could be combined with the wind-chanting stone to form this Proud Heaven blade. The Proud Heaven blade has a soul. Although you are not a wind element magician, as long as you use your strength, you can activate the wind element in the blade itself and form a normal wind blade. Although it is not much of a threat to high-level warriors, it is very difficult for normal warriors to block it. You are a magician. As long as you have time to block it, it is enough for you to chant the incantation. Of course, this is only the supporting effect of the Proud Heaven blade. The most important thing is that it can increase the speed of your blade when you use that amazing blade technique. If you have it, when you make that 9 Azure Dragon Banyan invisibility, you can save at least half the time. Since you don't have your master's Zhangyang blade, this Proud Heaven blade is also very suitable for you. I dare say that in terms of quality, the Proud Heaven blade is not below Zhangyang blade. It might even be better. Long Ji moved to Xue Ji's side and looked at the dark green gem. He sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity. This wind chanting stone has already completely fused with the metal of the blade. Unless it fuses with the blade's soul, it will not be able to display the characteristics of the wind chanting stone. If I can have a magic staff made from wind chanting stone, maybe I can also become a god-descending master within 20 years. Big brother, luckily you didn't show it to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will really find a way to dig out this wind-chanting stone and make it into a magic staff." Xue Ji smiled and said, Don't even talk about the sturdiness of the wind green gold. Even if you use a magic of level 10 and above, you won't be able to break it. Even if you really took out the wind-chanting stone, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a suitable material to make it into a magic staff. Although the wind green gold is good, its sharpness is too strong and is only suitable to be used as a weapon. Long Ji smiled bitterly. If it is really a magic staff made from wind-chanting stone, then it should be a divine weapon. Forget it. Looks like I don't have such luck. It's a pity that Nian Bing is not a wind elemental magician. Otherwise, with a chef's familiarity with knives, he will definitely be able to display the power of the wind-chanting stone. He will be able to display the power of a magic staff. To be honest, giving this knife to Nian Bing is a little unfair. Xue Ji smiled and said, "There's nothing unfair about it. Although Nian Bing's magic is not wind elemental, he should be very familiar with elements of magic. He should be able to display some of its power. Furthermore, I gave this knife to him to make it into a kitchen knife, not a magic staff. Nian Bing, aren't you going to give it a try?" It would be a lie to say that the Proud Heaven knife was not attractive to Nian Bing. The value of this knife was definitely above the Righteous Yang knife without the divine firestone. It was definitely not inferior to the Morning Dew. Just the quality of the knife was enough to move Nian Bing's heart. Walking to Xue Ji's side, he reached his hand into the box. Before he even touched the knife, the strong wind elemental energy gave him a refreshing feeling. Holding the knife in the hollow of the handle, he felt it fit perfectly with his hand. The knife and the brocade box separated. Nian Bing suddenly felt that his hand seemed to be wrapped by a ball of wind. His wrist trembled slightly, and the knife suddenly turned into a realistic afterimage. So fast, that faint gust of wind actually completely merged with his hand as his wrist trembled. The original 36 blades had actually turned into 49 blades. Indeed, what Polar Snow had said was right. This blade could definitely increase his speed. All this time, Nian Bing had thought that his hand speed had already reached the limit. However, if he could obtain this Proud Heaven knife, his limit would definitely be broken. As long as he coordinated well, it was completely possible to double his speed. The ice and fire elemental energy in his body seemed to have spun a little faster under the influence of the wind elemental energy. However, there was no rejection. After all, whether it was ice or fire, there was no counter to wind. With the Proud Heaven knife, even with Xue Ji's eyesight, he could not clearly see the number of knife shadows. He said with satisfaction, "Not bad, right? It really suits you. As an outstanding chef, how could you not have a good knife to match you? You are a magic chef. This Proud Heaven knife is the most suitable for you. I hope that the gentle hymn of the Wind of Freedom will be more comfortable in your hands." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Good knife, it really is a good knife. However, I can't accept it." As he said that, he put the gentle hymn of the Wind of Freedom back into the lead box. Xue Ji frowned and said, "Don't you think it suits you? Why don't you want it?" Nian Bing said, "Uncle, Nian Bing appreciates your kindness. However, this knife is really too precious. Moreover, it is Uncle's family heirloom. Its value is hard to estimate. I really can't accept it." Xue Ji smiled. "You are not greedy in the face of a treasure. Good. You are indeed the successor of the ghost chef. Very well, I won't give you this knife, since it is useless to keep it. How about I sell it to you?" "Sell?" Hearing this word, Nian Bing could not help but feel a rush of excitement. He really liked this treasure that could increase his hand speed. He asked tentatively, "How much do you want to sell it for?" Of course, he knew that treasures of this level had no price. Xueji smiled and said, "That depends on who you sell it to. How about this, 100,000 purple gold coins, and you personally come to our Cool Breeze restaurant to be our chef for a month? I will sell this gentle hymn of the wind of freedom to you." 100,000 purple gold coins? Xuejing, Nianbing, Long Ling, and Long Ji could not help but exclaim at the same time. Long Ji smiled bitterly and said, "Even if I sold my magician's guild, I am afraid it would only be worth that much." One must know that purple gold coins were rarely used. Normally, gold coins were used as currency. 100,000 purple gold coins was a total of 1,000,000 gold coins. Xueji smiled and said, "What? Do you think it is expensive? Of course, if Nianbing is willing to stay at the Cool Breeze restaurant for 5 years, she can also get this knife." A scheme. This was definitely a scheme. Long Ji looked at Xueji, who had an unfathomable expression on his face, and felt a wave of dissatisfaction in his heart. When he had suggested giving the knife to Nianbing, he had already calculated that Nianbing would not accept it. What an old fox! That's right. Just the Windham stone alone is worth 100,000 purple gold coins. Even if Nianbing works for you for 5 years, it will be completely worth it. However, the guild needs Nianbing. Brother Xue, don't make things difficult for your brother. Xueji smiled and said, "Brother Long, don't misunderstand. I am asking her to help me. Actually, she doesn't have to stay at my place all day. You should know that Mingyuan only helps out occasionally. If Nianbing is willing to come to my place, she will be treated the same as Mingyuan. She will only need to go there at night. The rest of the time, she can stay at your guild. This condition is not too harsh. 5 years is actually not that long." When he proposed the price, Xueji had already thought that Nianbing would not have 100,000 purple gold coins to buy the knife. Long Ji was speechless. If he was Nianbing, he would definitely choose these 5 years. After all, the arrival of a peerless treasure knife was a great opportunity. If it was anyone else, Xueji would definitely not pay such a high price. Unfortunately, he was not Nianbing. That's right, Nianbing really liked the Windham of Freedom. However, he already had the Morning Dew dagger, which was not below the proud Heaven Blade. The ice attribute Morning Dew was more suitable for Nianbing. Furthermore, he had the Righteous Yang Blade, which could possibly reach the same level as the Morning Dew. His desire for the proud Heaven Blade was not that strong. Furthermore, he had his own capital. Nianbing opened her mouth and smiled calmly, saying, "I want this knife. Its price is much higher than what Uncle said. I know that Uncle wants to give me a chance. If I don't accept it, I am not worthy of being your friend." Xueji was overjoyed. "Good. That means you agree to work at my place for 5 years. Don't worry, I will pay you the same salary. As long as you are here, Clear Wind Fasting will definitely prosper. In the future, no matter when, even after the 5-year agreement, as long as you are tired of working outside, Clear Wind Fasting will always be your home. You can retire here. Since I said this, whether I am in Clear Wind Fasting or Jing, or in charge of Clear Wind Fasting in the future, I will fulfill this promise." Nianbing smiled faintly, saying, "Uncle, I think you have misunderstood. I do want this knife, but it is not what you are thinking of. I can work for Clear Wind Fasting for a month, and at the same time I will provide 100,000 purple gold coins. That is the first condition you mentioned earlier." Xueji was stunned, saying, "You have 100,000 purple gold coins? Did Senior Ghost Chef leave it to you?" Nianbing shook her head, saying, "No, that's not it. Although Master left me a lot of property, as a man, I will never use other people's money to buy what I want. I will use my own ability to get this wind of freedom. Although I don't have 100,000 purple gold coins now, If I can provide an item of equal value in exchange, it should be possible. The situation had already gone beyond Xue Ji's previous calculations. He could not help but frown, saying, "What do you want to use in exchange?" Nianbing smiled, saying, "Uncle, I think you might have some understanding of magic. Precious magic scrolls have always been worth a lot. If it is an 11th grade magic scroll second only to the gods' descent technique, would it be worth 100,000 purple gold coins?" Nodding, Xue Ji said, "An 11th grade magic scroll would probably be worth more than that. But as far as I know, even the snow goddess priestess could not create a magic scroll above the 10th grade. Don't tell me you have one?" Nianbing shook her head, saying, "No, I don't. However, I can make scrolls. Although I haven't reached level 11 yet, the scrolls I make will have the same value as the scrolls I make. I am willing to provide you with 10 scrolls. 10 scrolls that I am most proud of within 3 months. I think their value should be enough to match at least 2 11th grade scrolls. This can be considered as me returning the favor." Xue Ji said doubtfully, "Nianbing, it's not that I don't trust you, but looking at you, you are only a great magician. As far as I know, great magicians can only create 4th grade scrolls, and the success rate is very low. With a difference of 7 grades, the value of the scrolls is—" Nianbing interrupted Xue Ji's words with a smile. "Yes, I am a great magician, but I can create 6th grade scrolls. Moreover, the reason why I am confident that my scrolls are worth that price is because they have certain characteristics. The power they can unleash will definitely surprise you. Most importantly, these scrolls cannot be created by others, not even the snow goddess priestess, who is known as the most powerful magician in the world. Unless I tell you the method of creating these scrolls, otherwise, no one will be able to reach my level of creation." In order to obtain the proud heaven blade, Nianbing could no longer hide the secret she had just learned. Xue Ji smiled. "Nianbing, I believe you. From the fact that Long Ji values you so much, I can see that you have extraordinary achievements in the world of magicians. However, you have neglected the most important point. Our Xue clan uses martial arts to protect ourselves. Even if we have your powerful magic scrolls, they are useless to us. Don't tell me you expect me to sell them for money? If you think that your scrolls are worth that price, why don't you sell them yourself?" Nianbing calmly replied, "Because I don't want outsiders to know the secret of these scrolls, so I don't want to sell them. Instead, I want to use them to exchange for the proud heaven blade. Since I dared to propose such an exchange, I will naturally consider everything carefully. The scrolls that I made have a special characteristic, which is that they can be used by anyone. Even a child who has just started to understand things will be able to unleash the power of these scrolls as long as I teach them how to use them." "What?" Xue Ji and Long Ji both cried out in surprise. In their eyes, this was impossible. Nianbing smiled slightly and took out a scroll from his chest. This scroll was made from the lowest grade of white scroll. He handed the scroll to Xue Jing and smiled. "Let's do an experiment. Facts often prove everything. Miss Xue Jing, please do as I say and open the scroll to the ceiling." Xue Jing was taken aback. "How do I do it?" Nianbing said, "You just need to open the scroll like you would an art scroll. Make the scroll face up and it'll be fine." Xue Jing's eyes flashed with surprise, and she slowly opened the scroll according to Nianbing's instructions. A strange scene appeared. When the scroll was fully opened, the entire scroll suddenly turned into a white mist. With a piu sound, dozens of ice blades suddenly appeared and turned into dozens of cold lights that directly stabbed into the roof. Just when everyone was still immersed in surprise, the dozens of ice blades on the roof suddenly turned into a mist of ice at the same time. It was a large piece of ice that had condensed on the roof. Although Long Ji had heard from Xue Jing that Nianbing could make fusion scrolls, seeing it for the first time, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. More importantly, this scroll was opened by Xue Jing, who didn't know magic at all. Just this alone was enough to double the value of this scroll. If this scroll was sold to the royal family and ministers of various empires. The sales would definitely be very good. Who wouldn't want to have something that could save their lives? Nian Bing's gaze turned to the somewhat dazed Xueji, and she smiled. Uncle, you've already seen my scroll. If you have 10 of these scrolls by your side, it'll be very effective in protecting you and Miss Xuejing's life. Of course, you can rest assured that the scrolls I'll provide you will definitely be of the 6th and 6th level. I'll tell you what the 2 spells in each scroll are. When you encounter danger, you only need to open the scroll, and it'll naturally protect you. Xueji shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Nian Bing, although I don't know how difficult it is to do this, but even Brother Long is so surprised, it can be seen that this scroll is very valuable. 10 6th and 6th level scrolls can easily be sold for 100,000 purple coins. However, you should know that this isn't what I want. I really hope that you can come to the clear wind fasting to help me. Nian Bing looked at the desire in Xueji's eyes and smiled faintly. Although Ao Tan is valuable, to me the value of freedom is even higher. I can't give up my freedom just to obtain the wind of freedom. 5 years is really too long for me. In fact, if it weren't for some special reasons, I would have left Ice Snow City long ago. My master once told me that 8 years of cooking training, 8 years of cooking comprehension. Only by traveling the entire continent can I achieve the word comprehension. I hope you can understand my difficulties. If you're not willing to exchange, then I won't force you. I'll still be a friend of the clear wind fasting. Xueji sighed and said, Words spoken are like spilled water. Since I, Xueji, have already stated my conditions, I won't go back on my words. We'll do as you say. After you're done with the scrolls, teach them to my daughter. I think that in the future, these 10 scrolls will be Jing Er's dowry. When do you plan to start working at the clear wind fasting? Although it's only a month, I still want to make good use of it. I believe that you won't reject some of my arrangements. Nian Bing smiled confidently and said, If you want me to spar with other chefs, then I'm more than happy to do so. Why would I reject? However, I hope that the chefs you find won't be too bad. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to be interested. From tomorrow onwards, I'll report to the clear wind fasting on time every evening. Xueji nodded and handed the brocade box in his hands to Nian Bing and said, Right now, although it's not completely yours, I can give it to you to use. I trust in your character. To be honest, Nian Bing, it's really easy to talk to you. There are many things that don't need to be said. I finally understand why our Ice Snow City's wise lady lost to you. Silence. Let's go. Xuejing was obviously very happy. She didn't seem to be dissatisfied that the treasured saber that was supposed to be hers had fallen into Nian Bing's hands. Her beautiful eyes moved, and she rolled her eyes at Nian Bing and said, Then we'll see each other tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll find you a suitable set of clothes to wear. Xueji and Xuejing left, carrying the heavy brocade box in their hands. Nian Bing was also very happy. Although the proud heaven saber wasn't as important as the morning dew, he needed to hide the aura of the morning dew. It was always a pity that he didn't have a suitable saber. Proud heaven's arrival at this time made up for this regret. With proud heaven in hand, Nian Bing firmly believed that his saber techniques would definitely improve. He could now start practicing the saber techniques that he didn't dare to try before. Long Zhi's eyes flashed as he looked at Nian Bing. He sighed and said, To be honest, I was really afraid that you would agree to the 5-year agreement. However, I didn't have the right to ask you to reject. Nian Bing, I realize that I can't see through you anymore. What on earth is your brain made of? Ever since you came, you have explored the mysteries of magic one by one. I know that you will leave Ice Snow City one day. I won't stop you. I only hope that when you leave, you will bid farewell to me. Always remember that you are a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild. That is enough. Nian Bing nodded and said, President, don't worry. Since I have joined the guild, I am a member of the guild. You have helped me so much. I will definitely repay you. I want to continue reading. Please continue with your work. Long Ji said, Then I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just tell Ling. I will do my best to satisfy your needs. After he finished speaking, he pulled Long Ling downstairs. Nian Bing picked up the book that he had been reading earlier. It was as if nothing had happened. He placed the brocade box beside him and continued to study. The more he studied magic arrays, the more he realized that there were profound mysteries behind them. Those were the things that he needed the most. Long Ling followed her father out of the library. Long Ji looked around and saw that there was no one around. He whispered, Ling, I want to discuss something with you. Long Ling stared blankly and said, Father, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as Ling can do it. Long Ji sighed softly and said, I'm finding more and more that this Nian Bing isn't simple. He's truly brought me too many surprises. This kind of talent is exactly what our guild needs. If he can represent our guild in the triennial 5 Great Empires New Magician competition, it'll definitely change the status of our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild in the continent. Unfortunately, I am afraid that he won't be willing to stay until then. Originally, I wanted you to participate, but Nian Bing's appearance made me change my mind. Long Ling frowned and said, Father, although we can participate in the New Magician competition, we are always affiliated with the Ice God Tower. With the successor of the Ice God Tower, we can't do anything. Chapter 27. Long Ji shook his head and said, No, it's not the same. The New Magician tournament has very strict requirements. The contestants must be under the age of 25. Even the contestants sent by the Ice God Tower can't win every time. After all, it's hard for young magicians to have great strength. However, Nian Bing is different. There's still a year before the magician tournament begins. With his current situation, with the help of the Union's magic materials, who knows how much he can improve? It's very likely that he'll soar to the sky. If he can win, our Union will be able to hold our heads high in the Empire. If the Ice God Tower wants to suppress us again, it won't be that easy. Long Ling said doubtfully, You should be saying this to Nian Bing. What's the use of telling me? Long Ji smiled and said, Of course it's useful. Ling, ever since your mother passed away, it's always been your father who's taken care of you. You're the treasure in your father's heart. Frankly speaking, your father attaches great importance to the Union, but you're definitely in existence equal to the Union. I'm going to ask you a question now. You have to answer me honestly. Do you like Nian Bing? Long Ling didn't think that her father would ask such a question. Her face immediately turned red. She shyly lowered her head and played with her clothes. She couldn't say anything. Long Ji smiled and said, What? You're not going to say anything? Could it be that a young talent like Nian Bing can't attract my daughter? My precious daughter, your conditions can't be too high. Think about it. If you can marry Nian Bing, it'll be convenient for you to eat in the future. It's not like that, Father. Long Ling lowered her head and stammered. Father, Nian Bing is indeed very outstanding. However, we've only known each other for such a short time. How can I say whether I like him or not? Don't force Ling. Long Ji laughed and said, All right, I won't force you. Then I'll go talk to Luo Ro and see if she's interested in Nian Bing. Don't. Long Ling anxiously raised her head and looked at her father. Father, don't. Long Ji looked at his daughter with a smile that was not a smile and said, What, is Ling going to tell the truth? Long Ling said angrily, Dad, you're so bad. Yes, I admit that I have a good impression of Nian Bing. But as you can see, he doesn't seem to care about anything other than magic and cooking. Long Ji heaved a sigh of relief and said, It's fine as long as you like him. Everything else is fine. Although her father was somewhat utilitarian, he would never let his daughter marry someone she didn't love. Ling, remember your father's words. You have to fight for your own happiness. If you really like Nian Bing, don't give up. You have to act early. As long as you can capture his heart, all problems will be solved. Do you understand what I mean? Long Ling lowered her head again. But, Father, I am a girl after all. Don't tell me you want me to reveal my feelings to him? Long Ji shook his head and said with a smile, Of course not. It's enough to subtly influence him. After all, you are together every day. I think my daughter is so beautiful. Nianbing is not a fool. It's impossible for him not to notice. However, when necessary, you can also give him some hints. I can see that Xu Ejing also has a good impression of Nianbing. If that old fox Xue Ji adds fuel to the fire, things will be difficult to say. You don't want to give your beloved to a good friend, do you? Long Ling looked at her father blankly. I don't know. Long Ji smiled bitterly and said, I forget it. The so-called scheming is too clever. I am also a bit too utilitarian. You young people's matters are all about fate. Do as you wish. However, Father hopes that you can persuade Nianbing to represent our union in the new magician convention in a year's time. Other things can be discussed in the future. Long Ling nodded and said, Father, I will try my best. However, I can't promise you anything now because I don't know what Nianbing is thinking. A year is still a long time. I will definitely work hard. I also hope that the union situation will improve. Then I will go first. Long Ji nodded and said, Go. Come to my place tonight and bring the white scroll you just bought. Nianbing needs it. Nianbing flipped through the magic book in his hand. It was already late at night. Long Ling was sitting not far from him meditating. This book that introduced all kinds of profound magic arrays finally turned to the last page. Nianbing was a bit disappointed. Although the magic arrays recorded in these magic books were not bad, they were worse than what he had imagined. There was no knowledge that he wanted to obtain the most. Sighing, just as he was about to close the book, he suddenly discovered that on the last page of the magic book, there was a special mark. It was clearly a magic symbol, one of the symbols used to engrave magic arrays. This symbol represented the meaning of concealment. Nianbing's heart moved. He condensed his magic power and carefully drew on the symbol according to the order. A faint blue light flashed. When he finished the last stroke, the last page of the magic book was suddenly dyed blue. It was a blue that belonged to ice. The handwriting on the page began to change. The original symbols and words had completely changed. Magic array, used to connect heaven and earth. It balances all kinds of magic elements between heaven and earth so that it can be better used by magicians. However, as a magician, close combat is always at a disadvantage. When encountering a strong martial artist, it is very difficult to win in a one-on-one situation. In response to this situation, the magic array can undergo a special change and form a special array. This array can be engraved on the scroll to assist the original magic on the scroll. This array can have a special effect. This array is called trigger. The so-called trigger refers to when the holder of the magic scroll encounters a certain degree of attack. The scroll will automatically explode to protect its owner. The degree of attack can be set in the trigger array. The array is as follows. Please study it yourself. A special reminder. This magic array can only be added when the magic scroll has been completed. Once the addition fails, the scroll will be automatically destroyed. Please use it with caution. Seeing this, Nianbing's heart suddenly became lively. He finally understood why once a magician reached the level of a sorcerer, he was no longer afraid of duels with martial artists. It was not because the magician's ability was strong enough, but because of the existence of this trigger array. Once an enemy launched a sneak attack on a magician, then as long as the magician had this special scroll on him, it would naturally resolve the crisis at that time and give the magician a certain amount of time to chant the spell. Good stuff, really good stuff. Fortunately, he had noticed this point. If he had let it go, this wonderful magic array would have slipped away. Thinking of this, Nianbing immediately immersed himself in studying. This kind of special magic array was very difficult to engrave. Not only did it require high control of magic, at the same time, it also required a huge amount of magic power as support. Engraving such a trigger array was actually more difficult than drawing a level 6 magic scroll. In fact, what Nian Bing did not know was that the actual use of this kind of magic array was not widespread, although there were records in the Magicians' Guild of each empire. Because this kind of magic array was extremely difficult to create and the success rate was frighteningly low, the magic scroll itself was extremely precious. Who would be willing to use a high-level scroll to do this kind of trigger array experiment? After all, that would be too wasteful. Therefore, even if it was created, it could only be used on some low-level magic and had long been abandoned by the majority of magicians. The main reason why a sorcerer could fight against a martial artist was because of the support from the Magicians' Guild. Magicians who had reached the level of a sorcerer would often carry many magic items. This was necessary for the Magicians' Guild to be equipped with them in order to protect high-level magicians. Among them, magic items used for warning had always been the most popular. Of course, the price was also the most expensive. With this kind of magic item, a magician would be able to foresee the arrival of danger in advance and be prepared to deal with it. Even if the strength of the sneak attack was strong, magicians who had reached the level of a sorcerer and above would often carry powerful magic scrolls with them to protect themselves. Then, they would use the time gained by the magic scrolls to chant powerful spells. This was the real reason why they could fight against a martial artist. Of course, under normal circumstances, unless it was necessary, a magician would rarely act alone. They would be accompanied by a martial artist companion. This was the best way to protect their safety. If they had to act alone, unless they were very conceited magicians, they would generally choose to dress casually to hide their identity. Of course, this kind of behavior was done in secret. Otherwise, they would inevitably be made fun of by their peers. Nian Bing's research was not directly related to the method of drawing the magic array, but directly studied the principle of the trigger array. Through her own familiarity with the various magic array symbols, she carefully looked for the principle of the trigger array. As long as she understood the principle, she would not have to rely on memorizing the array at all. She would be able to use it more flexibly and even add her own things into it. Concentrating on research was often the most time-consuming. When Nian Bing had basically figured it out, the sky outside was already bright. The feeling of fatigue overwhelmed her whole body, but the new results of her research made Nian Bing extremely happy. Eat something. Long Ling's voice awakened Nian Bing, who was immersed in joy. Turning her head, she saw Long Ling standing beside her with a tray. She squatted down and carefully placed the tray on the ground. On the tray were 2 steamed buns, a plate of braised meat, and a bowl of porridge. Long Ling said somewhat reproachfully, "Another night without sleep. Could it be that this magic information is really so attractive to you?" Nian Bing was just about to reach out to grab the steamed bun when Long Ling slapped his hand away. "Your hands are dirty. Wipe your hands and face first before eating." As she said that, she handed a warm and soft towel to Nian Bing. The towel was very moist and very comfortable to hold in the hand. It exuded a faint fragrance. Nian Bing looked at Long Ling and suddenly felt very warm. This feeling was indescribable with words. "Ling, or thank you. These days, you have always been taking care of me." Long Ling smiled and said, "We are friends. Moreover, the more successful your research is, the more beneficial it is for our union. Nian Bing, the method you taught me to concentrate is really useful. I can clearly feel that my control of magic has improved recently. Thank you." Nian Bing smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? That is all your own effort." Wiping his face and hands with the towel, Nian Bing immediately felt much better. After not sleeping for a night, her stomach was already hungry. She didn't feel it before, but now that her mind was relaxed, her stomach almost growled. She wolfed down the food and swept the tray clean. Although it wasn't delicious, it was especially fragrant and sweet at this time. "Eat slowly, don't choke. Actually, it's not good for you to eat like this. There's no pattern at all. Nian Bing, you need to rest more. There is plenty of time. Why are you in such a hurry? Nian Bing smiled and said, How can I not be in a hurry? After I finish learning everything and fulfill my promise with Uncle Shueji, I will leave here. Staying in one place for too long is not good for me. My dream is to travel the world. As the saying goes, it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. My vision is too narrow now. Long Ling's heart trembled. Nian Bing, must you leave? Ice Snow City is actually... Nian Bing lowered her head and didn't look at Long Ling's moving eyes. She nodded and said firmly, I must leave. When Master passed away, I promised him that I would become the best chef. After 8 years of learning how to cook, I have only just taken the first step. Ling, thank you for always caring for me. But a man's ambition is to travel the world. Perhaps one day I will come back when I am tired. Long Ling blurted out, Then I will wait for you to come back. Nian Bing's body trembled and she looked up at Long Ling. From her gentle eyes, Nian Bing saw many things. Ling, don't be like this, okay? I don't know when I will come back, and if I can come back. I understand your intentions, but I cannot delay your life. Just treat me as a passerby in your life. With your temperament, you will definitely find someone more suitable for you. Long Ling bit her lip and slowly stood up with the tray. She said in a low voice, I understand I'm not good enough for you. No. Nian Bing stood up and grabbed Long Ling's shoulders with both hands. I'm the one who's not good enough for you. Ling, if you can't move my heart, then I'll have to have a heart of stone. However, I can't have any attachments right now. I still have many things to do. No one knows what will happen in the future, right? Right now, I don't want to talk about feelings at all. That is too extravagant for me. Long Ling felt the heat in Nian Bing's hands. Could it be that you only have cooking and magic in your heart? Nian Bing nodded and said, That's right. In my heart, there is only cooking and magic. Everything else can be filtered. I need to focus my mind in order to achieve anything. Long Ling sighed softly and held back her tears. She did not blame Nian Bing. After all, everyone's pursuit was different. A girl's greatest pursuit in life was undoubtedly to find a good home. However, men were not the same. Some people were content with a small corner, while others were destined to be extraordinary. Nian Bing was obviously the latter. He had too many dreams and pursuits. After Long Ling left, Nian Bing did not feel good in his heart. He looked at the surrounding bookshelves with some annoyance. Rejecting a gentle and beautiful girl was not a comfortable thing to do. Just when his heart was in a mess, a look of despair suddenly flashed in his mind. Nian Bing's body shook violently and he cried out, Mother, mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't be worried about these things. The Ice God Tower is my goal. That look of despair was deeply engraved in his memory. That was his mother's last look. Nian Bing took a deep breath, and all kinds of chaotic thoughts in his heart disappeared. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate, from morning to noon, and then from noon to night, after an entire day of cultivation, Nian Bing woke up from his meditation. The magic of the same origin of ice and fire had become more condensed. Although the speed of improvement was very slow, the circulation of the magic was still stable. The ingenious vortexes combined organically, and their auras were connected without any conflict. This was the power of the same origin of ice and fire. He looked up at the sky outside. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and the magic lamp in the library was about to be turned on. Nian Bing took out a double-tier magic scroll from his bosom. This scroll was the work he was most proud of so far. He slowly opened the scroll and poured blue magic into it. Without any hesitation, the light blue light intertwined on the scroll. The blue light constantly flickered, and every line was so wonderful. There was no pause, and it intertwined with the original magic array of the scroll. The perfect work was gradually completed in Nianbing's hands. Ling Nianbing clearly knew that the scroll in his hand already had the ability to trigger. After a night of research and a day of meditation, he had really mastered this skill. However, Nianbing was very clear that his success was very lucky. As the annotation said, this kind of magic array was very difficult to complete. Even if he had already figured out its principle, there were still a few times where he almost failed. Standing up, he carefully put the scroll in his bosom. Picking up the lead box from the ground, he simply tidied up his appearance. Nianbing quietly left the library. Other than delivering lunch to himself at noon, Long Ling didn't appear. Nianbing knew that, although she didn't say it, he had already deeply hurt her heart. It was good that she didn't see him, lest he fell too deep. Just as he walked out of the Magician's Union, a carriage came in front of Nianbing. Nianbing had seen the coachman before. It was the old coachman when he and Xuejing went to Luo Ro's house to attend the banquet. Xuejing poked her head out of the carriage. "Chef, get in the carriage. Father asked me to pick you up. I've been waiting for you for half an hour. You're really slow." Nianbing secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. It was really one wave after another. Long Ling already understood his feelings, but this crazy woman wasn't so easy to deal with. He hoped that she would hate him more. It was a pity that the Yan Feng she liked was Yan Juhua. Otherwise, he could play matchmaker and save Xuejing from paying attention to him. "Thank you for troubling Miss Xuejing to personally pick me up." This Nianbing really doesn't dare to accept. Although he said so, he still stepped on the carriage. Xuejing sat beside Nianbing, her face showing a sweet smile. "I don't dare. When did you become so polite? Isn't it time for you to bully me?" Nianbing smiled bitterly. "Haven't I already explained it clearly? Miss Xuejing, can you let me go? There's no hatred between us." Xuejing smiled and said, "I'll let you go. Then I'll have to think about it. However, we'll have to change the way we address each other. I've already called you by your name, and you call my father uncle. In the future, you can call me Jing, or Silence. We can be considered friends. You won't refuse such a small request, right? I see that when you call Ling, it's very intimate." Nianbing didn't want to be entangled and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll agree. Silence, in the future, you don't have to send a carriage to pick me up. I'll walk there myself. That way I can stretch my muscles." Xuejing giggled and said, "Stretching my muscles and bones? You'll have time to stretch your muscles tonight." As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately felt that it was inappropriate and blushed. Nianbing pretended not to understand. "Stretch my muscles? Tonight, Uncle won't give me any difficult problems, right?" Xuejing stuck out her cute little tongue. "There won't be any difficult problems. Father just invited the owner of Decheng Pavilion across the street to be a guest. He also sent a challenge to them." Nianbing's eyes lit up. "Challenge the head chef of Decheng Pavilion? Good. That's exactly what I was hoping for." A strong fighting spirit surged from Nianbing's body. In the dim carriage, his eyes were like the cold stars in the night sky, shining with a confident light. He placed the box containing the proud heaven blade on his lap. "Today I'll try this blade." Feeling the cold aura from Nianbing's body, Xuejing's heart stirred. Such strong confidence. Originally, she thought that Nianbing would make things difficult for him because of the challenge arranged by Polar Snow. She didn't expect that Nianbing would agree so easily, and even seemed very excited. Of course, she didn't understand the heart of a top expert in the culinary world. The feeling of having a difficult opponent was the most painful. Now that there was an opportunity, how could Nianbing not be excited? He had chosen Ice Snow City as his first stop because he wanted to compare notes with the culinary experts of Qingfeng Zhai and Decheng Pavilion. "You seem to be very confident in yourself." Xuejing looked at Nianbing, her heart swaying. Nianbing smiled. "Don't tell me you don't have confidence in me. Does Decheng Pavilion's chef have any special skills? I think, to be able to compete with Qing Fengjai, his ability shouldn't be below Master Ming's. Xuejing nodded and said, Of course, there's a reason why Deshang Pavilion can become the favorite place of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. It's not only because of their special services, but also because of the taste of their dishes. Their head chef is very young, probably in his 30s. I don't know who his master is. Uncle Ming once competed with him, but it ended in a draw. That guy seems to be good at cooking all kinds of meat dishes. I have to admit that his dishes are better than Uncle Ming's in terms of color and fragrance. It's just that the taste is a bit more heavy. Nianbing nodded and said, Based on what you've said, that head chef must have chosen the path of extravagance. Extravagant dishes are mainly about color and fragrance. All right, I'll compete with him today and see whose dish is more extravagant. Jing, have you seen Yan Feng recently? Xuejing was stunned. She suddenly realized that ever since she hated Nianbing, the name Yan Feng had never appeared in her mind. Him? I haven't seen him recently. I'm very curious. Why did he treat you as a friend when you met for the first time that day? Judging from his personality, he doesn't seem to be that easy to get close to. Nianbing thought of Yan Feng's expression when he looked at her and felt a chill in her heart. She smiled bitterly. Jing, I'll give you a suggestion. You'd better give up on him. You won't have anything to do with him. Xuejing asked curiously, Why do you say that? Are you jealous that I like him? Jealous? Nianbing smiled. I don't think that word has ever appeared in my mind. I'm doing this for your own good. Gossiping behind people's backs isn't my style. You'll understand in the future. Xuejing snorted. There's nothing that can't be said. If you don't say it clearly, then I can only take it that you're jealous. Nianbing smiled and said, Then I'll take it that I'm jealous. After all, you're so beautiful. Even if I'm jealous, it's only natural. When the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Cool Breeze restaurant, Nianbing was surprised to find that the street was strangely quiet. He alighted from the carriage with Xuejing. He was surprised to find that there was not a single person on the busiest street of the Ice Snow City. Xuejing smiled and said, For today's competition, Father specially invited the city lord and a few people with status to be the judges. De Changxian and the Cool Breeze restaurant are temporarily closed. The streets have been blocked off by soldiers. Nianbing was surprised. There's no need to make such a big fuss. The Cool Breeze restaurant and De Changxian's daily turnover should be quite a lot. To close for such a simple competition, aren't you afraid of losing money? Xuejing said, You don't understand. Regardless of whether we win or De Changxian wins, we will immediately suppress the other side and become the #1 restaurant in the entire Ice Snow City. How can the profits brought by this honor be compared to a single day's turnover? De Changxian has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Their boss had suggested to Father many times that he wanted to have such a competition, but he was rejected by Father. After all, the head chef of De Changxian is still young. Uncle Ming once said that within 3 years, he will definitely surpass him. Therefore, in order to protect the reputation of the Cool Breeze restaurant, Father has never accepted the challenge. This is also the reason why the Cool Breeze restaurant has always been suppressed by De Changxian. Today is the day for us to hold our heads high. Nianbing, you have to do your best. Nianbing nodded and said, I'll do my best. I knew it. This Wind of Freedom sword is not so easy to obtain. All right, let's go in. The moment they entered the Cool Breeze restaurant, Nianbing immediately felt a heavy atmosphere. On both sides of the passageway, there were not only servants of the Cool Breeze restaurant, but also a few strangers in ordinary clothes. At a glance, these people were not eye-catching. However, with Nianbing's spiritual power, she could clearly sense that these people were not as ordinary as they appeared. Each and every one of them had a hidden essence, and they were all experts in martial arts. The main hall of the Cool Breeze restaurant was still the same as before. However, nearly 100 tables in the hall had been vacated. In the center of the hall there was a row of long tables with empty chairs behind them. On both sides of the hall, there were piles of kitchen tools. On the left were some ordinary tools, while on the right there were some people setting them up. Shuejing said in a low voice, "Look, the front is the judge's table. The left is where you operate, and the right is where the head chef of De Chengxian operates. They have already started setting up. If you have any requests, quickly state them now. I will immediately get someone to do it. Otherwise, it will be too late later. You don't have to worry about the various ingredients. As long as you can name it, I will be able to get it." Nian Bing nodded and leaned over to whisper into Shuejing's ear. Shuejing's face was filled with surprise. "That's all? They are all very ordinary things." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Beauty in the ordinary is true ability. Just do as I say. Don't worry, I know what to do." Shuejing nodded and said, "Go change your clothes. Your clothes are on the bed in my room. I personally prepared them for you. After you change, just come back here and wait for the competition to begin." Nian Bing glanced at Shuejing and said, "Going into your room again?" Shuejing smiled and said, "Don't tell me you're scared. I want to prepare something for you. Hurry up and go." After saying that, she floated away like a red cloud. Nian Bing looked at Shuejing's excited look and knew that the grudge between them had disappeared. But the disappearance of this grudge didn't seem to be too good. As he thought, he came to the back hall and walked with familiar ease to Shuejing's room. The door wasn't locked, and the familiar fragrance once again appeared at the tip of his nose. Walking to the front of the bed, Nian Bing couldn't help but think of the last time when he had to hide here to hide from the snow. A set of snow-white clothes were neatly folded at the head of the bed. Nian Bing unfolded it and couldn't help but jump in fright. How could this be the clothes of a chef? It was clearly a luxurious robe. The white robe was embroidered with a dragon pattern with silver thread. There wasn't much embroidery, but it served as the finishing touch, making the entire set of clothes look luxurious yet elegant. The belt around the waist was very simple. It was also white with a slightly wide silver thread on both sides. In the middle of the belt, there was a piece of milky white jade. Although it wasn't white jade, it was warm to the touch and showed its extraordinariness. A chef wearing such clothes? This was clearly something that only the children of nobility would wear. Although this was what he thought, he still took off his magic robe and put on the silver white robe. Chapter 28. The clothes fit him perfectly, as if they were tailor-made for him. The material of the clothes was very soft and comfortable. "Nian Bing, are you done?" Shuejing's voice could be heard, and footsteps could be heard. A red figure appeared at the door of the room. When Shuejing saw Nian Bing, who had changed, her eyes couldn't help but glow with pink light. "You're so handsome. I knew it. This outfit would definitely look good on you. Golden hair, silver clothes. That's awesome." Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Although this set of clothes is good, it doesn't seem like something a chef should wear. You want me to wear it to the competition?" Shuejing giggled. "Why not? I think it's very good. Let's go. We'll wait outside. Father is already in the hall. This set of clothes is for you." The two returned to the hall of the breeze study. Everything was almost ready. Ming Yuan and Shueji saw Nian Bing come out and immediately went to greet her. Shueji's eyes lit up. "Nian Bing, if I were 30 or 40 years younger, I'd be jealous of you. You're really a talent." Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "Uncle, don't make fun of me. I'm a chef. Dressing like this doesn't seem suitable for cooking." Shueji laughed. It's okay. I think it's good. This time, I'll make Jean Hao of Decheng Pavilion admit defeat. Lord Marquis is here." Everyone looked at the door and saw two people coming in. The strangers that Nian Bing saw earlier bowed to them. The two people were wearing luxurious clothes. Nian Bing knew the one on the left. It was Luo Ro's father, Count Ro Hao, who was in charge of the finance department of Ice Snow City. He deliberately stayed half a step behind the one on the right. There was a faint smile on his fat face. The one on the right was tall and had a dignified appearance. He looked to be in his 40s. Although he was only wearing ordinary luxurious clothes, he exuded a majestic aura. It showed that he was not an ordinary person. Xue Ji and Ming Yuan hurriedly went up to greet him. Lord Marquis, your presence in the Clear Wind study really brings light to our shed. The Marquis smiled slightly and said, Big Brother Xue, we're all acquaintances, so there's no need to be courteous. I've been waiting for this competition for a long time. It seems like Chef Ming has invented something new. Extreme Snow smiled mysteriously and said, Lord Marquis, you should know that I never fight a battle that I'm not confident in. Since I dared to challenge you, I naturally have some confidence in winning. Let me introduce you to a young talent. Nian Bing, come. This is our Lord of Ice Snow City, Marquis Noah. Although the Marquis is a general, he is also a gourmet. Today he will be the chief judge. Nian Bing took a few steps forward and bowed slightly to Noah. Commoner Nian Bing greets, Lord Marquis. Noah looked at the extraordinary and handsome Nian Bing and could not help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes. Big Brother Xue, which family's young master is this? Such a handsome young man. Extreme Snow smiled and said, Lord Marquis, please forgive me for keeping you in suspense. You'll know later. Lord, please take a seat. Although the Marquis had some doubts in his heart, Extreme Snow's identity was not as simple as a restaurant owner. He could offend anyone but Extreme Snow. Even with his status as a Marquis, he could not afford to offend the power behind Extreme Snow. To be precise, other than the imperial family, there were very few people who could afford to offend them. Under Extreme Snow's lead, Marquis Noah and Count Roa sat at the head of the table. Extreme Snow sat beside them and said to Roa, Lord Count, why didn't Roa accompany you today? Roa smiled and said, I can't control that girl. However, she will not let go of a provincial capital like today. When I came out, she said she was going to change her clothes. She should be here soon. At this moment, two people walked in from outside. These two people were even more familiar to Nian Bing. It was Long Ji and his daughter. Nian Bing hurried to greet them. President, you're here too? Long Ji smiled and said, Other than magic, eating is my only hobby. I'm a regular at the Breeze restaurant. Today's competition, even if I don't give face to Brother Extreme Snow, I still have to come to support you. I also want to taste what kind of delicious food the super chef that even Brother Extreme Snow and Ming Yuan praise can make. When you came out, I just got the news, so I was a bit slower than you. Long Ling was still wearing her light blue magic robe. Looking at Nian Bing's clothes, a trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Nian Bing felt a sharp pain in his heart. He almost couldn't control himself and wanted to ask her about it. However, he managed to hold himself back. His mother's despairing gaze echoed in his mind. In order to become stronger, he couldn't easily get involved in relationships. Extreme Snow walked out again and greeted Long Ji. You came at the right time. The Marquis and Count have just arrived. Let's go, Judge Long. You should also be seated. Nian Bing just found out that Long Ji was also one of the judges. Indeed, with his identity as the president of the Magicians Guild, he definitely had the qualifications to be a judge. Inviting these three big names as judges, Extreme Snow could be said to have put all his eggs in one basket. He placed all his hopes on himself. It seems that today's competition, he would definitely win. It could also be considered as repayment for Extreme Snow's proud heaven blade. Xue Jing went forward and pulled Long Ling to the side to whisper. Nian Bing didn't know what to do now, but Ming Yuan walked to his side and whispered, Nian Bing, what dishes are you going to make later? Nian Bing said, Master Ming, what are the rules and requirements of this competition? This is my first time participating. Ming Yuan said, the requirements are very simple. Both sides have to make 3 dishes that they are most proud of within an hour. That's enough. Then, the judges will decide the winner. Great Accomplishment Pavilion has a lot of power behind it. Their boss, Jin Hao, is the brother-in-law of the current emperor of the Ice Moon Empire. His sister is the emperor's favorite concubine. With this relationship, unless the taste of the dishes is very different, the final result will still be a draw. Do you understand what I mean? Nianbing smiled and said, I understand. It's to balance the relationship between Great Accomplishment Pavilion and Cool Breeze Sect. The Marquis won't easily let the competition decide the winner. But don't worry, I will make them accept their loss wholeheartedly. 3 dishes. I think I already know what to make. Ming Yuan smiled and said, It's good that you are confident. Today I will be your main chef. The so-called main chef was actually just an assistant in charge of the low-level tasks such as preparing the dishes. Nianbing was shocked and hurriedly said, How can this be? How can I let you be my subordinate? Actually, I believe that with your strength, you will definitely be able to win. Ming Yuan shook his head and said, Although I'm a person who cares a lot about face, I still have self-awareness. The previous draw was already very difficult. The head chef of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion is called Liao Feng. He's known as the Golden Chef. The dishes he makes are extremely gorgeous. He is one of the most promising chefs I have ever seen. After these few years of training, his standard is definitely above mine. If I were to go against him, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance of winning. If that wasn't the case, why would the owner keep delaying the battle? This time, I will have to rely on you. I also want to see more of the skills passed down by the ghost chef. Nianbing wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ming Yuan. He smiled and said no need to refuse. To be the main chef of the ghost chef's successor is in itself my honor. Our opponent is here. Following Ming Yuan's gaze, they saw a group of people coming in from the corridor outside. The 2 people at the front, the one on the left was tall, wearing a golden robe that looked unusually luxurious. He was about 50 years old, and his eyes were not big, but they flashed with a faint light. Walking side by side with him was a young man wearing a snow-white chef's uniform and a tall hat. He looked about the same age as Sergio. Although his appearance could not be compared to Nianbing, he could still be considered handsome. Unfortunately, on his handsome face, there was an additional arrogance, giving people the feeling that he could not be underestimated. Behind them followed the 2 shopkeepers of Great Accomplishment Pavilion and 3 chefs in chef's uniform. These people were obviously the assistants of the main chef. Without Ming Yuan's introduction, Nianbing could guess that the golden-robed man was the boss of Great Accomplishment Pavilion, Jin Hao. Beside him was the head chef of Great Accomplishment Pavilion, Chef Jin Liao Feng. Jin Hao led his subordinates to the judges' table and respectfully bowed, saying, Jin Hao and the chefs of Great Accomplishment Pavilion greet the Marquis and Earl. Although he was a relative of the royal family, he did not have an official position. He still had to be courteous. Marquis Noah and Earl Roa both stood up. Noah smiled and said, Brother Jean, no need to be so polite. Come, sit over here. Today, let's enjoy a fierce battle. Jin Hao agreed and walked to the judges' table. Liao Feng, who was originally beside him, turned around and looked at Ming Yuan with a provocative look in his eyes. A fierce battle? I don't think so. Jin Hao reprimanded, Liao Feng, don't be rude. Go and prepare. Liao Feng nodded. After bowing to the judges, he walked towards his own table. Jin Hao's gaze turned to Xue Ji and smiled. Brother Xue, is Master Ming finally done today? We've delayed this competition for more than a year. Looks like you're quite confident. Xue Ji smiled and said, Brother Jin, you're too polite. Master Ming's body is indeed much better, but he's still a little weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to perform well. Jin Hao laughed and said, It doesn't matter. Since Master Ming is sick, even if he loses, it's still pardonable. After all, we're mainly here to learn from each other. Although he said it beautifully, anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Xue Ji smiled faintly and said, Lose? I still need Brother Jean to teach me how to write this word. I'm a martial artist, so my literary skills are indeed much worse. Jean Hao snorted and said, Fine, then I'll teach you how to write the word lose today. However, Brother Shui, for a competition like this, shouldn't we put up some stakes? That way, the two chefs won't have to work for nothing. Shui Ji said confidently, Then what does Brother Jean want to bet? Jean Hao glanced at Liao Feng, who was preparing, and said, I'm just a nobody. I obtained a treasure not long ago, and I want to use it to bet on Brother Shui's Cool Breeze restaurant. Our Deshang Pavilion is more than luxurious, but not elegant enough. If the two restaurants can be combined, it'll be a wonderful thing. Don't you think so, Brother Shui? Hearing that Jean Hao wanted to bet on Cool Breeze restaurant, Long Heoya and Luo Hao couldn't help but be shocked. Cool Breeze restaurant was Shui Ji's lifeline. If Shui Ji lost, it meant that he couldn't continue to stay in Ice Snow City. Such a bet was indeed big enough. Just as they thought Shui Ji wouldn't agree, Shui Ji said, That's fine, but we'll have to see what Brother Jean is going to bet with. This Cool Breeze restaurant has cost me half of my life. If there's nothing of equal value, I won't bet. In my eyes, even Brother Jin's Deshang Pavilion isn't qualified. Hearing his retort, Jean Hao smiled coldly and said, Deshang Pavilion isn't qualified? Then, Brother Shui, please take a look and see if this item is qualified. As he said that, he reached into his clothes and took out a small square box. The box was black. Seeing it, Shui Ji's expression changed slightly because he recognized that the box was also made of lead. Using lead to make a box was no doubt to hide the light or energy element of the item inside. As someone who once owned the proud Heaven Blade, Shui Ji knew this very well. A smug smile appeared on Jean Hao's face as he slowly opened box. Suddenly, a ray of light shot up into the sky and filled the entire hall with golden light. It was a pure gold that emitted a gentle aura, causing people to unconsciously feel a sense of familiarity. Inside the box was a golden gem. Although its light was dazzling, it was not blinding. Everyone could clearly see that it was a round bead without any flaws. The bead itself was transparent, but it emitted a golden light. Every ray of golden light looked so gentle. The golden light illuminated everything, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The gentle golden light gradually disappeared, and rings of golden light surrounded the bead and slowly spread out. Just from this, it was not difficult to see how precious this bead was. Others might have been confused by the appearance of the bead, but Nianbing, Longji, and Longling were definitely not. This was because they were magicians, and the strength of the magic element emitted by this bead was not inferior to that of the wind chant stone. It represented the power of light. The extremely rare light element was surging violently. Other than the aura of darkness, any other magic element would feel a sense of familiarity when it came into contact with light magic. Although this gem was on the same level as the wind chant stone, due to the scarcity of light magicians, this bead was slightly inferior to the wind chant stone in terms of application. Very few people could fully utilize the magic element within this gem. Of course, this did not mean that its value was inferior. Not only could the aura of light help to stabilize one's mind, it could also expel all evil auras. Even if an ordinary person wore it on their body, it could strengthen their body's resistance and calm their mind. I bought this bead from a destitute merchant. The name of this bead is Holy Glory. It is a natural light element gem. I once had someone examine it. This bead is not made of any ore, but is completely condensed from the light element. It can be said to be blessed by the heavens. I'm afraid it would be difficult to find another one like this in the entire continent. Originally, I wanted to present it to His Majesty the King. However, since Brother Snow says that my De Changxian cannot compare to the Breeze sect, I can only take it out. I wonder if Brother Snow thinks that this Holy Glory bead of mine is worth a bet with you? Snow looked at Nianbing. At this moment, he could not help but hesitate. After all, The Breeze sect was his life's work. If he lost, how could he establish himself in Ice City in the future? At this moment, Nian Bing's mind was thinking of a few super magic arrays based on light magic. Light magic was an indispensable medium for some complex and powerful magic arrays. However, she did not have the ability to use light magic. If she could obtain this holy glory bead, it would be extremely beneficial for her research on magic arrays. She could even use the aura of this bead to create dishes with the aura of light. Looking at Snow's gaze, he strode to the front of the judges and gave Snow a confident look. Then he placed the box containing the proud Heaven Blade on the table in front of the judges. Boss Jean, this holy glory bead of yours is indeed precious. However, if you use it as a bet with the Breeze sect, it will hurt the harmony between our two families. Why don't I bet with you? I'll use the item in this box as a bet for your holy glory bead. Jean Hao snorted coldly. He had already noticed Nian Bing, an outsider. Nian Bing's aura had previously surprised him. However, as a relative of the emperor, he naturally did not take Nian Bing seriously. He snorted coldly and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to bet with me? Do you have an item in this box that is comparable to the holy glory bead?" Nian Bing was not angered by Jean Hao's disdain. She smiled faintly and said, "Whether or not it's worth the bet will depend on Boss Jean. As for me, I'm a member of the Breeze sect." Snow secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the proud Heaven Blade was very precious, he had already given it to Nian Bing. Moreover, in his heart, the proud Heaven Blade could not be compared to the Breeze sect. That's right, Nian Bing can completely represent me. The value of the item in this box is definitely not below that of Brother Jin's holy glory bead. Nian Bing opened the long brocade box. The same situation as yesterday happened. A green light soared into the sky and instantly forced the golden light in the hall to one side. The golden and green lights did not repel each other in the hall. They each occupied a position and continued to shine. Nian Bing reached into the box and took out the proud Heaven Blade. She pointed the hilt at the judges and said calmly, "This blade is called the proud Heaven Blade. It belongs to Uncle Shui. The quality of the wind-chanting stone embedded in the hilt is definitely not inferior to the holy glory bead. The blade is also made of lapis lazuli. It should be comparable to the holy glory bead." A greedy light flashed across Jean Hao's eyes. Just as he was about to say something, an urgent voice suddenly sounded. "Old Jean, I want this blade. It's really a good blade." Following the voice, Liao Feng strode to the front of the judges and stared greedily at the proud Heaven Blade in Nian Bing's hand. "Good blade, it's really a good blade. Old Jean, I must have this blade. Let's bet with him." Jean Hao originally wanted to use the Holy Glory bead to fight for more benefits. But after being interrupted by Liao Feng, he could not say anything else. He closed the box containing the Holy Glory and said, "All right, then let's bet. Marquis and Earl, please be our witnesses." As he spoke, he pushed the box in his hand in front of the Marquis. As a Marquis, Noah had seen countless treasures in his life. However, none of them could compare to the two items in front of him. He suppressed the desire in his heart and nodded. "All right, I will be your witness for this bet. Isn't it better this way? Betting on items is always better than betting on one's own wealth. This way, we won't hurt each other. Then, let the competition begin. Same as before, the time limit is 1 hour." Liao Feng's eyes were filled with confidence as he shot a sharp gaze at Ming Yuan. A strange smile appeared on Ming Yuan's face. "Liao Feng, it's a good thing for young people to be capable. However, if you're too arrogant, you'll fall, and you'll fall very miserably. You don't have to look at me. I'm not the main character today. The person competing with you is right beside you." Liao Feng and Jean Hao were both shocked. Their gazes landed on Nian Bing. Liao Feng sized up Nian Bing, who looked like a noble child, and asked doubtfully, "Him? Can he be a chef with this appearance?" Xueji smiled. "Why not? Nian Bing is the new head chef that I've hired. His position is the same as Brother Ming's. Today he will be representing the Clear Wind sect in the competition. When I issued the challenge, I didn't say that Ming Yuan would challenge Liao Feng, but the Clear Wind sect would challenge the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Nian Bing is a member of the Clear Wind sect, so he naturally has the right to participate. At the judges' table, the marquises and counts were both surprised. Marquis Noah was slightly better. After all, he had never seen Nian Bing before. However, Count Roa had seen him wearing a fire magic robe at his daughter's birthday party. The first and only dance of his daughter's birthday was with this young man. With Nian Bing's appearance, it naturally left a deep impression on him. He turned to Long Ji and asked, "President, isn't this young man called Nian Bing from your union? Why did he come to the Clear Wind sect to be a chef?" Long Ji smiled bitterly. "I didn't want him to come, but Big Brother Xue Ji's offer was too good. The proud heaven blade in Nian Bing's hand is his value as a chef." Jin Hao's eyes flashed. His original plan was completely ruined. He never thought that Xue Ji would hire another chef to compete with Liao Feng. From Xue Ji's confident gaze, he understood that this young man must have extraordinary skills in cooking. "Lord Marquis, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the Clear Wind sect to change their chef." Noah was looking at Nian Bing in surprise. When he heard what Nian Bing said, he smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. Didn't Brother Xue say that this is a competition between the Cool Breeze restaurant and the Great Success Pavilion? I also want to see if there's anything special about this young lad's culinary skills. Let's not waste any more time. Let the competition begin." At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. At the entrance, Luo Ro appeared in a green dress. The dress she wore today was very simple. There were no decorations on it. Her long blue hair was neatly combed behind her back with a green hairband. When she entered, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Liao Feng, who was beside Nian Bing, had an intoxicated look in his eyes. Luo Ro walked to the judges' table and bowed. "Uncle Noah, Father, Uncle Xue, Uncle Jin Ro is late. Please forgive me." Both Jin Hao and Xue Ji's expressions softened when they saw the woman of wisdom who was well known throughout the city. Luo Ro had won their respect with her wisdom. In Ice Snow City, although she was only a woman and was young, the respect she received was no less than that of her father. Noah laughed and said, "I knew that this kind of excitement would be unavoidable. Come, sit beside your father and wait for the show. Today's competition will be very exciting. The Cool Breeze restaurant has specially invited a new chef." Luo Ro looked at Nian Bing with a hint of provocation in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Niece has already seen his cooking. It is indeed unforgettable. I also want to see who will win the competition between him and the Golden Chef." Her words were very calm. She did not praise Nian Bing. However, with a simple sentence, she had already elevated Nian Bing to the same status as Liao Feng. Liao Feng smiled and said, "Miss Wise Girl has not been to our Great Accomplishment restaurant for a long time. When you have time to visit, Liao Feng will personally cook for Mississippi." Luo Ro smiled and said, "That's good. However, if Luo Ro monopolizes the famous Golden Chef, I'm afraid that many diners will cause trouble for me." She purposely made a frightened expression, which made the judges laugh. Liao Feng hurriedly said, No, my little bit of fame is nothing compared to Miss Wise Girl. At most, I am slightly better than the Cool Breeze restaurant." Nian Bing looked on coldly from the side. Although he had not seen Liao Feng's cooking before, from the arrogance he showed when facing Luo Ro, Nian Bing understood that Liao Feng's understanding of cooking was not as good as Ming Yuan's. The only reason he could achieve what he had today was probably because of his talent. Nian Bing couldn't be bothered to take another look at him as he walked towards the kitchen table that belonged to him. Xue Jing suddenly ran out from the side and came in front of Nian Bing. She said, "Lower your head. Why are you so tall for no reason?" Nian Bing was stunned for a moment, but he still did as he was told. You don't seem short either. I am only a little taller than you. Xue Jing smiled and took out a snow-white chef's hat from behind her back. She personally tied Nian Bing's golden long hat and put it on his head. And now you look like a chef. Seeing Xue Jing and Nian Bing being so close, Long Ling lowered her head sadly. A strange light flashed in Luo Ro's eyes. Under Marquis Noah's command, Liao Feng finally returned to his kitchen table. He whispered to his 3 subordinates and began to act. Nian Bing stood behind his kitchen table and was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he observed his opponent. He was surprised to find that he had underestimated Liao Feng. Standing behind the kitchen table, Liao Feng skillfully waved the shiny kitchen knife in his hand. His expression was extremely focused, and all kinds of ingredients were constantly changing shape in his hand. To be able to focus on the kitchen table in an instant, he was indeed not a simple person. Ming Yuan whispered in Nian Bing's ear, "What are we going to do?" "I saw the ingredients you ask Silence to bring. They're all very ordinary things. How do you plan to cook them?" Nian Bing smiled. "Today, I will use beauty to break beauty. I will suppress this golden chef Liao Feng in every aspect. There is no hurry to act." The one who had the most confidence in Nian Bing was not Xue Ji, but Ming Yuan. As a chef, he knew very well that he was not on the same level as Nian Bing. Even if Nian Bing made the 9 azure divine dragons again, Bing Yan's invisibility would be enough to win. On top of that, Nian Bing had just obtained the proud heaven blade. There was no suspense at all in this competition. Nian Bing lowered his head to look at the proud heaven blade in his hand. Green light flowed on the blade. Feeling the airflow and the active wind element wrapped around his hand, Nian Bing suddenly felt that the ice and fire element in his body seemed to be calling out to the proud heaven blade. The wind element that should not have been able to be used, under the call of the ice and fire element, actually produced an intimate feeling with him. It was a wonderful feeling, a comfortable feeling. Nian Bing's mind was completely one with the blade. He was so infatuated with this state that he seemed to have forgotten the time. At the judges' table, Marquis Noah asked Xue Ji, who was beside him, "Brother Xue, why is your new chef just looking at the blade and not making a move? Look, Liao Feng's side is in full swing. An hour is not a long time. If he is too slow and does not finish the competition, I can only declare that Bree's sect has lost." Xue Ji frowned slightly. He was also worried about the same problem. If Nian Bing did not even finish the competition, then no one would be able to help Bree's sect. Just as he was about to remind Nian Bing, the wise girl beside Luo Hao Luo Ro said, "Don't worry about him. He often does strange things that are out of our expectations. Since he has not made a move yet, he must be confident. Just let him continue watching." On Liao Feng's side, at this moment, he had already started cooking his first dish. The flames soared into the sky, and Liao Eelis looked confident and at ease. All kinds of kitchen utensils flew up and down in his hands. A fragrant aroma filled the air, and sparkling dishes were continuously stir-frying in the wok. His movements were very fancy, but they were also very logical. Every movement contained a hidden meaning. The 3 chefs who were assisting him continuously provided all kinds of supplementary ingredients. Half of the competition had passed, and Liao Feng had already started cooking his last dish. Nian Bing was still standing there, looking at her blade. He did not make a move. Beside him, Ming Yuan was also standing there. At this moment, he was very excited. He was waiting to see the successor of the ghost chef show his own unique skills. They were not in a hurry, but Xue Ji was very anxious. Half of the competition had passed, and Nian Bing still had not made a move. This competition was related to Bree's sect's reputation, and also the ownership of the proud Heaven Blade. At this moment, Jin Hao was secretly sneering. He could not wait for Nian Bing to maintain this state until the end of the competition. As long as he defeated Bree's sect, not only would he obtain the treasured blade, but at the same time, Bree's sect would never be able to raise its head in front of Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Chapter 29. Just when everyone was having different thoughts, Nianbing finally retracted her gaze from the knife. She slowly raised her head and looked at the busy Liao Feng. She said indifferently, "Master Ming, please follow my instructions and throw the ingredients to me. Place them in front of my chest." "Thank you. O great ice goddess, please lend me your anger and send us to the other side of the lost world." Blizzard. Under the effect of Nianbing's incantation, the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Snowflakes appeared in the air, but strangely, the snowflakes did not disturb Liao Feng. Only on Nianbing's side was Nianbing. The light blue snowflakes carried Nianbing's body and flew out from behind the kitchen table. Under everyone's surprised gaze, she slowly came to the center of the hall. Liao Feng saw the strange situation on Nianbing's side. His hands couldn't help but slow down and almost make a mistake. He quickly focused his mind and continued to cook. Under the effect of Nianbing's powerful magic, the blizzard condensed under her feet and formed a whirlpool of snow. Nianbing was surprised to find that the proud heaven blade in her hand was constantly emitting the aura of wind, causing the blizzard under her feet to spin even faster. The hall of the Cool Breeze restaurant was very high, close to 10 meters. Nianbing floated about 2 meters above the ground and softly shouted, "Green onion!" A green onion flew out from Mingyuan's hand and flew towards Nianbing's chest. The green light transformed into countless afterimages. The green onion disappeared in the afterimages. Ginger. Similarly, a piece of ginger flew into the green light and also disappeared. Among everyone present, Marquis Noah and Extreme Snow's martial arts were the best. However, they could only vaguely see that the green onion and ginger had turned into powder and was wrapped by the green light of the knife, preventing them from falling down. This was the first time everyone had seen such a method of cooking in the air. The beautiful scene immediately made Liao Feng pale in comparison. A whole chicken. The cleaned chicken flew towards Nianbing. Nianbing grabbed a chicken claw with his left hand and threw the chicken into the air. At the same time, a ball of flame rose from his left hand. Under the control of a special magic, the flame actually formed the shape of a disc. Nianbing used his right hand to draw the proud heaven blade, and an icicle wrapped around the container that was used to hold oil on the kitchen table. With a flick of his wrist, a gush of bright oil immediately spilled out of the container. The flame plate in Nianbing's left hand caught the oil accurately. Immediately, the flame rose into the air, and the blade in his left hand disappeared. The chopped onions and ginger were thrown into the flame at the same time. The whole chicken fell from the sky and landed in the burning oil. In an instant, the fragrance of the onions and ginger being fried in the oil spread throughout the hall. Long Ji stood up and looked at the flame on Nianbing's left hand in bewilderment. That was clearly a fire magic. Although it was only the lowest level of fire magic, it was cast by an ice magician. What did this mean? Long Ji couldn't imagine. He was puzzled, but Nianbing didn't stop what he was doing. With a flash of green light, the 1-foot-7-inch long proud heaven blade directly pierced into the falling chicken body. Under Nianbing's skillful manipulation, the blade continuously turned. The aroma of the onions and ginger completely merged into the chicken body under the roasting oil. The flame on Nianbing's hand began to change. Wave after wave of flames appeared, some strong, some weak. From left to right, the flames were divided into 9 different sizes and continued to roast the chicken body. Under the influence of the snowstorm, his body slowly moved towards the kitchen table. Suddenly, the snowstorm drifted away and Nianbing's body landed in front of the kitchen table. He quickly picked up 2 pieces of leaf from the table and wrapped the chicken body. The wrapped chicken quickly spun 3 times above the flame. Immediately after, the flame on Nianbing's hand disappeared. A blue light shone, and a layer of ice about an inch thick formed around the leaf. From ice to fire, Everything happened so naturally. However, everyone present knew that ice and fire were two extremes. What did it mean for them to appear in the hands of the same magician at the same time? This was beyond their imagination. Luo Ro finally understood why Liao Sen was attacked by two different types of magic. She also understood that there was only one Masha. The frozen chicken was placed on the kitchen table. The snowstorm swept Nian Bing's body again, and he floated off the ground again. This time, Nian Bing spoke much faster. Onions, ginger, garlic. As he asked for what he needed, Nian Bing directed the snowstorm to accurately sweep the kitchen table. Under the wind and snow, the containers containing the seasonings were swept into the air. Under the strong control of the magic, these containers floated in front of Nian Bing. Nian Bing opened his left hand. A blue light condensed in his palm and quickly formed a huge ice scoop. Onions, ginger, and garlic fell into the scoop at the same time. No, it could no longer be described as a scoop. It was completely a pot made of ice. Nian Bing put the proud heaven blade into his mouth. With a wave of his right hand, another ice scoop appeared. This time it was much smaller. The ice scoop quickly moved forward and poured all kinds of seasonings into the ice pot. With a clench of his right hand, the ice scoop disappeared and was replaced by a ball of fire. The ball of fire rushed into the ice pot with a bang. The seasonings in the pot immediately burned. This was not an ordinary fireball spell, but bursting flames. This time, Nian Bing did not cast the spell instantly. He did not have the ability to cast bursting flames instantly. Instead, he used a small scroll. With his strong control of the magic, bursting flames skillfully burned the seasonings in the ice pot. The knife returned to his right hand. He shouted again, 2 tomatoes! Ming Yuan shook his hand and threw 2 tomatoes at Nian Bing. He watched his movements without blinking, afraid that he would miss a single one. A blue light flashed and instantly enveloped the red tomatoes. 2 red things floated out from the blue light. The judges were shocked to see that it was actually tomato skin. The skin was very neat with only a small gap. Using a knife to peel the skin of a tomato. Such knife skills had already made the judges open their mouths in shock. The red juice was sprinkled into the ice pot. Under the effect of the proud heaven blade, the tomatoes had already turned into tomato juice. Under the soaking of the seasonings, the tomato juice immediately blended into the flames. The ice pot in Nian Bing's hand shook slightly. The tomato juice in the pot was immediately thrown up. At this time, under the effect of bursting flames' extremely high temperature, the tomato juice had completely blended with the previous seasonings. The ice pot flipped in the air, and once again, the tomato juice as the main seasonings were thrown into the pot. Lamb ribs. Half of the lamb ribs flew towards the sky. With a flash of the proud heaven blade, the ribs were evenly divided into small sections and thrown into the ice pot. When the raw lamb ribs came into contact with the hot juice, an ear-piercing sound was immediately heard. Nian Bing's wrist shook. The ice pot flew out of his hand and landed steadily on the kitchen table. Nian Bing's left hand pointed in the direction of the pot. The flame technique appeared again, causing the bursting flames that were about to be extinguished to burn again. Nian Bing calmly said, "Master Ming, I'll have to trouble you to pour a small spoonful of oil into the fire in the pot every 3 breaths." The outside of the ice pot was constantly melting, but the inside was constantly burning. Through the ice pot, it was completely possible to see the lamb ribs and tomato juice continuously rolling in the bursting flames. Nian Bing floated down. The blizzard technique returned the seasonings to the kitchen table. He put his hands together. The blizzard technique that was originally rotating continuously condensed. Gradually, it condensed into a circular ice cube with a diameter of 1/2 meter. The ice cube was about 8 inches thick. Nian Bing attentively looked at the ice cube in front of him. Suddenly, the proud heaven blade brought out a circle of cyan light that surrounded the ice cube, completely shaving off the jagged edges and corners. The proud heaven blade was like a cool breeze that trembled in Nian Bing's hand. A low humming sound was emitted from the blade. The clear sound of the wind of freedom constantly danced around the ice cube. The cyan light converged. After Nian Bing returned to the kitchen table, the circular ice cube had been neatly divided into 8 sections. The 8 sections were completely connected together. Each section was in the shape of a triangle, and the size was exactly the same. Nian Bing's left hand pressed on the ice cube that was divided into 8 sections. Suddenly, a cold air wrapped around the ice cube to prevent it from melting. Nian Bing said in a serious voice, "Potatoes, carrots, cucumbers, sweet potatoes, pork, mutton, beef, and dog meat, 1 piece each." These things had already been prepared. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ming Yuan immediately handed them to Nian Bing. When Ming Yuan placed the ingredients he mentioned on the kitchen table, Nian Bing picked up a pot from the side and poured in clean water. His left hand pulled out a scroll from his bosom. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, bursting flames suddenly appeared in his palm. The water in the pot almost immediately boiled. Nian Bing used his teeth to bite the pot's handle. His left hand controlled the flame. His right hand picked up the proud heaven blade and picked up 2 clean snow-white fish from the side. This was a kind of ice fish that was a specialty of the Ice Moon Empire. It only lived in the ice sea in the north of the Ice Moon Empire. It didn't have scales, and its meat was extremely delicious. It was best used to nourish the body. The snow-white fish was also one of the most precious ingredients that Nian Bing needed today. The misty green light of the blade engulfed the fish. First, the proud heaven blade picked up the head and tail of the 2 fish. For slashes were done in one go. The head and tail of the fish immediately fell to the side, but the body of the fish was picked up. A crisp sound rang out. Nian Bing didn't use the blade to cut the fish, but instead used the flat side of the blade to slap the fish's body. With a light sound, 2 white tips unexpectedly emerged from the fish's body. The tip of the proud heaven blade lightly flicked, and immediately 2 white lines were pulled out from the fish's body. The light of the blade suddenly flourished, and the 2 snow-white fish were instantly disintegrated into powder. For a moment, no one could clearly see how many slashes Nian Bing made. With the boiling water and the fish powder of the snow-white fish, the freshness of the fish soup quickly appeared. Nian Bing put the blade to the side and used his right hand to take the pot from his mouth. Looking at the milky white fish soup, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. The exploding flames disappeared, but the fish soup was still boiling in the iron pot. Nian Bing put the pot to the side and came in front of the kitchen table. A green light flashed out, and with the help of the wind from the proud heaven blade, his hand speed reached an unprecedented level. The 8 ingredients that he had prepared earlier, under the effect of the proud heaven blade, were immediately turned into silk threads. For Nian Bing, this was clearly the easiest thing to do. The 8 thin strands were placed into the ice tray that had been prepared beforehand. Nian Bing used a spoon to add different condiments into each of the 8 strands. He added very little of each strand. When he was done, the fish soup in the iron pot was still boiling. Nian Bing smiled at Ming Yuan, who was beside him, and said, "Master Ming, I'll have to trouble you to pour the fish soup into the ice tray." As he said that, he pressed both of his hands on the kitchen table, and 2 completely condensed ice trays gradually took shape. At this time, the ice pot that previously held the lamb chops had already melted to an extremely thin state, and it looked like it was about to shatter. The flames in the pot also looked like they were about to be extinguished. Nian Bing looked at the ice tray that he had made, and with a shake of his wrist, one of the ice trays slid out from the kitchen table. He just happened to put the ice pot on the ice tray, and immediately the ice tray shattered. The lamb chops that were wrapped in tomato juice were piled up in the center of the ice tray. At this time, because of the burning for a period of time, the original seasonings had become sticky and completely wrapped the lamb chops. There was not a trace of excess juice flowing out. People with discerning eyes knew that his dish had been completed. Nian Bing's gaze turned to the chicken wrapped in ice, which was his first dish. With a wave of his hand, he threw the chicken into the air, and his right hand, once again, shook out an exploding flame scroll. With a boom, in the flames the ice exploded, and the leaves disappeared in the burning. The golden chicken body fell down in the flames. Nian Bing picked up the other ice tray that he had made and caught the chicken. All kinds of ingredients were shuttled back and forth in his hands quickly. It was not difficult for him to arrange 2 ice trays at the same time. When all the ingredients that were mainly used for aesthetic purposes were arranged, he pressed his hands on the ice trays. Suddenly, 2 ice shields appeared on the trays and completely merged with the trays, covering the dishes. Ao Tianin. Nian Bing closed the lead box and took out the cloth bag from his chest. A faint blue light jumped into his hand, and the ghost condor appeared. At this time, the fish soup had been completely poured into the ice trays. Nian Bing softly chanted, "Where the ghost condor falls, there is a shocking change, carving 100 waves, divine craftsmanship for eternity. The crescent moon shines on the cold spring." The faint blue ghost condor flew up and down in his hand as if it was dancing. Ice shards continuously flew, and 8 different patterns appeared one after another around the ice trays. Those patterns were completely corresponding to the materials in the trays, and the carvings were exquisite and lifelike. "Time's up. 2 chefs. Please bring your dishes to the judges' table." Amidst the shock, Marquis Noah announced the end of the competition. Liao Feng stood behind his kitchen table in a daze. His 3 dishes had already been completed when Nian Bing was still in the air. Everything that Nian Bing had done had already exceeded the scope of his knowledge. Jin Hao's face was filled with the color of death. Although he hadn't tasted the dishes yet, he knew that he had already lost this competition. 6 dishes were brought to the judges' table. Nian Bing's 3 dishes were covered with a layer of faint white fog. Marquis Noah looked at Nian Bing, then looked at Liao Feng, who had his head lowered in contemplation. He smiled and said, "2 chefs, please introduce your dishes. We will start tasting. Liao Feng, you go first." Bowls and chopsticks were already brought up. Everyone, including Xue Ji and Jin Hao, picked up their chopsticks and prepared to eat. Their eyes were completely focused on Nian Bing's 3 dishes that were made of ice. Liao Feng shook his head and looked at Nian Bing beside him. His eyes revealed a complicated light. "I think I don't need to introduce anything else. I just want to taste Chef Nian Bing's dishes." Marquis Noah's gaze turned to Nian Bing. He smiled and said, "Then let's invite Chef Nian Bing to introduce them." Nian Bing looked at the 3 dishes covered in ice fog and said calmly, "These 3 dishes belong to the fusion of ice and fire series. I call this series the 9 heavens of ice and fire." As she spoke, Nian Bing pointed to the first dish and said, "The main ingredient of this dish is an ordinary chicken. I call it the ice fire hay chicken. The chicken itself is ordinary, but I first use fire to release the fragrance of chopped onion and ginger into the chicken. Then I use fire to roast the chicken until it is 80% cooked. After extinguishing the fire, I wrap the chicken in a lotus leaf and seal it with ice. Because the chicken is hot, the lotus leaf will release the fragrance of the lotus leaf better and completely fuse with the chicken. Finally, I use the explosive flame technique to make the ice and lotus leaf disappear, and the fragrance of the lotus leaf completely explodes into the chicken. At this time, under the 2 extreme temperatures of ice and fire, the chicken will become even more fragrant and soft, and the skin will be golden and crispy. Perhaps the judges have already noticed that I did not use any seasoning to enhance the flavor of this dish. This is not a mistake on my part, but a deliberate one. Cooking is about bringing out the original flavor of the ingredients. This is the true way of cooking. Therefore, the biggest characteristic of the ice fire hay chicken is its fragrance. It is a different kind of fragrance. As for the ice cover on the outside, that is to protect the temperature and fragrance of the ice fire hay chicken. Please taste it while it is hot. Everyone's hands moved at the same time. No one paid any attention to the 3 dishes that Liao Feng had made, and they all went straight for Nian Bing's ice fire hay chicken. The ice outside was broken by the chopsticks, and immediately rich fragrance rushed out. The surface of the chicken completely turned golden. Everyone moved one after another. The chicken skin was extremely crispy. Of course, after the first bite of the chicken, the judges, including Jean Hao, all did the same thing and continued to reach out with their chopsticks. At the side, Liao Feng chewed on the tender chicken, and the expression on his face constantly changed. There was no sadness, but pleasant surprise. "Brother Nian, I really admire you. Not only did your ice fire hay chicken completely bring out the flavor of the chicken, it also contains 9 different fragrances. Some are rich, some are light. Let me count, there are a total of 8. Oh no, 9 fragrances. No wonder it is called the Ice Fire 9 Heavens series. Even if my 3 dishes were added together, they still wouldn't be able to compare to your plate of chicken." Feeling Liao Feng's pride and straightforwardness, Nian Bing couldn't help but have a better impression of him. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Marquis Noah shout, "Old Shui, eat less and leave some for me." "My drumstick, give it back to me." Nian Bing lowered her head to look and felt a chill in her heart. At this time, there was nothing left of the plate of chicken, not even dregs. All the judges acted as if they hadn't eaten before. They didn't care about the grease and had already started to use their hands. Even Luo Ro, who had an extraordinary temperament, was holding a chicken wing and eating. In front of delicious food, no one cared about elegance. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone eat slowly. Aren't there 2 more dishes?" Pointing at the lamb chop, he said, "This dish uses lamb chop as the main ingredient. It is called Ice Fire Blood Rain Chop. I added more than 10 types of seasonings, only a little of each. It wasn't to add flavor, but to bring out the aroma of the lamb chop. As everyone knows, lamb has a certain fishy smell. After the tomato juice was mixed with various seasonings, not only did it not remove the fishy smell, it also played a role in bringing out the fishy smell. Through the 2 extreme magic of ice and fire, all the seasonings and tomato juice were completely immersed into the lamb chop, causing the lamb chop to embody the freshness of the fishy smell. The tomato juice outside may have already cooled, but the lamb chop inside is definitely hot. It is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. It has a different flavor." Before he could finish his sentence, the judges were chewing on the chicken in their mouths, but their hands were already reaching for the ice, fire, and blood rain steak with chopsticks in their hands. The ice shield was shattered very badly. Nian Bing's comments on his dish were very pertinent. The judges could clearly find the exact answer to every sentence he said from the lamb chop. This time Luo Ro was smart. After the lamb chop entered her mouth, she immediately reached for the 3rd dish cooked with fish soup. "Wow, it's so fresh. Why didn't the snow fish I ate before have this kind of freshness?" Luo Ro held a spoon in her hand. Just as she drank a mouthful of soup, she was captivated by this dish that was placed in an 8-part ice tray. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "This is one of my best dishes in the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine. It is called Ice and Fire 8 Extreme Fresh. You should have seen it when I was making it. I used the snow fish as the soup, and even the fish bones were chopped into powder. Ordinary people have 2 mistakes when cooking snow fish. One is that they can't get rid of the little bit of earthy smell of the snow fish. The other is that they throw away the bones of the snow fish. The solution to the first problem is very simple, and that is to get rid of the tendons. Every fish has tendons, which are the white lines that you saw me remove. The tendons of the fish are also called fishy tendons. As long as they are removed, the earthy smell will naturally disappear. As for the bones of the snow fish, there is a certain amount of fish oil in them, which is the most delicious part. Therefore, it is naturally the best choice to put the whole snow fish into the soup. This Ice and Fire 8 Extreme Fresh has 9 main ingredients, which are the snowfish and 8 other ordinary ingredients. When the snowfish soup is still boiling hot, I put it into the ice tray. This way, the other 8 thin ingredients will be cooked by the snowfish soup without losing their own flavor. When the temperature of the snowfish soup drops because of the ice tray, the flavors of the 8 ingredients will merge into the snowfish soup. Therefore, the biggest feature of this Ice and Fire 8 Extreme Fresh is that it has 8 different flavors. This dish is actually a soup, and you only need to drink the soup. The temperature of the soup should be just right now, so please taste it. Whether it was the waiters of the Cool Breeze restaurant or the personal guards of the Marquis and Count in plain clothes, they all understood what it meant to sweep away the clouds and devour the food. The 3 dishes made by Gold Chef Liao Feng looked extremely beautiful from the outside, but compared to Nian Bing's Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine, it was a far cry in terms of beauty, especially the faint white mist of the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine. It was enough to attract people's attention. After Nian Bing finished her explanation, the 3 dishes she made disappeared. The bottle committee looked as if they had not had enough and were almost gnawing on the plates made of ice. Jin Hao put down the cutlery in his hand and looked at Nian Bing. He suddenly said, "I have immersed myself in the food industry for half my life, but I have never eaten anything so delicious. Chef Nian Bing, if you are willing to come to our Great Accomplishment restaurant, I will accept any conditions you have." Nian Bing said indifferently, "So, Boss Jin has admitted defeat? Don't you need the judges to judge?" Jin Hao's eyes flashed. "There is no need. I am very familiar with what kind of dishes Liao Feng can make. I have lost, and I have lost completely. I really don't understand where Brother Shui found you. I, Jin Hao, am not a sore loser. A loss is a loss. I hope you will consider my words. Marquis, Count, Jin Hao still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the judges' table and headed out of the Cool Breeze restaurant. The chefs who were originally assisting Liao Feng followed him out. Liao Feng Xing and Nian Bing asked, "Brother Nian, can you tell me, how did you manage to control the taste of the chicken to be so ever-changing?" Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "The key is in the heat control. Even though the chicken has to be cooked, the heat control and the amount of the scallion and ginger aura can be controlled. The taste of the chicken will naturally change when cooked. This is probably the secret of magic. I have seen the dishes you made. You pay too much attention to the appearance. Although the taste is not bad, it is still lacking compared to the appearance. If you can pay more attention to the changes in taste in the future, you will definitely be able to improve." Liao Feng's eyes revealed a respectful expression. "I have learned. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely learn again." After he finished speaking, he bowed to the Count and Marquis and turned to leave. The Marquis recovered his previous demeanor. He stood up and looked at Nian Bing with a look of approval. Now there is no need for this Marquis to say anything. "Nian Bing, you have won this competition with an absolute advantage. However, I am very curious. How can you have 2 opposing types of magic at the same time? Although I am not familiar with magic, I know that this is against common sense." Nian Bing reached into his chest and took out a pile of scrolls. There were no less than 30 of them. He smiled and said, "Lord Marquis, please take a look. In fact, I am only an ice magician. All the flames are made by using these things. I use my own ice magic scrolls to exchange for some fire magic scrolls from the magic store. Combined with my own cooking skills, it naturally has the same effect." Seeing so many magic scrolls, the Marquis couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. After all, even the worst magic scrolls were not small, especially those small high-level magic scrolls. He didn't even need to look at them to know that the magic power contained in them was not small. It could be said that the value of these scrolls was very high. He turned his head to look at Long Ji. "President Long, you always ask the higher-ups to allocate funds. Now, it seems that your Magicians' Union also has a lot of resources. Long Ji looked at Nian Bing and said, Lord Marquis, don't misunderstand. These scrolls are all owned by Nian Bing himself. He is very talented in making magic scrolls. His success rate is very high. That's why he has so many of them. They are not provided by the Union. The Marquis laughed heartily and said, No matter what, Nian Bing's culinary skills have left me in awe. I'm afraid that even the chefs in His Majesty's palace can't compare to him. What a 9 heavens of ice and fire! What a demonic chef! Using magic in cooking is a new topic. It seems that I have to give some advice to those culinary schools. Luo Ro stood up and said with a smile, Uncle Noah, I am afraid that your advice will be useless. How many magicians are willing to learn cooking? Uncle, since Nian Bing has already won, shouldn't we give him the spoils of the bet? Marquis, Noah's face turned red. The box containing the holy brilliant stone had always been beside him. He was really reluctant to part with this precious gem of the light element. However, his status was still there, so it was not good for him to show his greed. He nodded and said, Yes, I almost forgot. Nian Bing, this is your spoils of war. Nian Bing took the lead box and handed it to Polar Snow. Uncle, this is what you won. Polar Snow did not take it and said with a smile, No, this is what you won. You won it with the proud heaven blade. Although the proud heaven blade is not completely yours, at least I have already sold it. Why should you give me something that you won from the bet? Nian Bing was stunned. She looked at Polar Snow's deep gaze and tightened her grip on the square box. She smiled and said, Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. She did not want to give Polar Snow another chance to make a request. She openly took the Holy Brilliance Pearl into her arms. Although it was a little rude to do so, Nian Bing couldn't care less for the sake of a treasure like the Holy Glory Pearl. Long Ji walked out from behind the judge's table and bowed to the Marquis and Earl. He said, Everyone, today's competition is over. Brother Snow, if you have nothing else, let Nian Bing go back with us. Polar Snow and Long Ji had always had a good relationship. Moreover, Nian Bing had defeated De Changxian today, so he was in a good mood. All right, then you can go back. Nian Bing, I will send a carriage to pick you up tomorrow evening. Marquis Noah said with some dissatisfaction, This Marquis is still not full from the 3 dishes just now. Nian Bing, I want you to cook 2 more dishes for us to try. A trace of impatience rose in Nian Bing's heart. As a top chef, she did not work hard to learn how to cook in order to serve these high officials and dignitaries. However, rejecting the city lord of Ice Snow City at this moment was somewhat unreasonable. Just as she was in a difficult position, Luo Ro came to her rescue again. Uncle Noah, as the saying goes, one should not eat too much delicious food. If you eat too much, you will not be able to taste the true taste. Nian Bing used so much magic just now. Let her go back and rest. You can come back tomorrow, isn't it the same? When Marquis Noah heard Luo Ro's words, he surprisingly did not insist. He nodded and said, Since Ro has said so, then let's leave it at that for today. Old Snow, take out your treasured wine, and let's drink a few cups. That should be fine. Nian Bing, you go back first. This Marquis will definitely come back tomorrow to taste your cooking. The Ice and Fire 9 Heavens series is indeed creative. Chapter 30. Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Jean House sat on a carved wooden chair with a dignified expression. The head shopkeeper, second shopkeeper, and Liao Feng were all standing in front of him. Slamming the table, Jean Hao angrily said, Say something. Why are all of you acting like mutes? Owner, what can we do? You've seen it for yourself. That brat called Nian Bing has indeed reached a miraculous level in terms of culinary skills. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to suppress the Cool Breeze restaurant in this aspect. The short and stout manager said with a bitter expression. Jean Hao coldly snorted. Don't tell me you want me to resign myself to death? Today's competition has sealed off the entire street and made it known to the whole city. If we don't have a good way to deal with it, our great accomplishment pavilion's business will inevitably plummet. Don't tell me you want me to admit defeat to that old bastard Extreme Snow. When I think of his complacent appearance just now, I want to kill him." The second shopkeeper suddenly smiled sinisterly. He took a step forward and said, "Owner, this matter is not without a solution." Jean Hao's eyes lit up. "What solution? Quickly say it." The second shopkeeper rolled his eyes and said, "There are two solutions. When that kid Nian Bing was cooking, I carefully observed him. His figure felt very familiar to me. It was almost the same as the person who killed Third Brother. Moreover, Third Brother's injuries were caused by both ice and fire magic. Today he also displayed two kinds of magic. Although the level of his magic is not high, with his magic control, it is not impossible for him to reach the level of that Masha envoy." Jean Hao said, "Do you suspect that he is that Masha envoy? Are you sure?" The second shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Frankly speaking, this subordinate is not sure. That's because when I fought the demon's lair, he mainly used fire magic. But today, Nian Bing mainly used ice magic to cook. Those fire magic seem to be completed with scrolls, so I can't be sure that he's the demon's lair from back then. But even so, we can still investigate. Once we confirm that he is that person, then it is very likely that he is the person the Snow Goddess Priestess is looking for. At that time, we only need to secretly report to the Snow Goddess Priestess. Not only will Nian Bing be out of luck, even the breeze fasting will be implicated. No matter how tyrannical the blood-devouring, soul-extinguishing Snow Soul was, it would never dare to make an enemy of the Goddess Priestess. The end of the extreme snow had arrived. Of course, this method has its risks. First of all, we may not be able to find the results. Second, even if Nian Bing is the Masha messenger, she is not the person the Goddess Priestess is looking for. I'm afraid the Goddess Priestess will take her anger out on her." Jean Hao nodded and said, "Tell me about the other way." The second manager chuckled and said, "The other method has a much higher chance of success. Owner, with your relationship with the royal family, all you need to do is write a letter to the king and tell him about Nian Bing's culinary skills. Do you think the king won't summon him into the palace? Without Nian Bing, how can Ming Yuan be our great accomplishment pavilion's opponent?" Jean Hao's eyes shone brightly. "Good, second brother, you are indeed worthy of the title of think tank. We will do as you say and carry out both methods at the same time. I will write a letter to His Majesty tomorrow. At the same time, send someone to monitor Nian Bing. You must find strong evidence, understand?" The head shopkeeper and second shopkeeper bowed and agreed at the same time. But Liao Feng's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Xu Weijing personally sent Nian Bing and the others out of the Cool Breeze restaurant. The three of them sat in Long Zhi's carriage and left. Along the way, no one spoke. Long Zhi kept his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. The carriage finally arrived at the Magician's Guild. As soon as Long Zhi got off the carriage, he said to his daughter, "Ling you go back and rest first. I have something to say to Nian Bing." Long Ling nodded and glanced at Nian Bing before turning to leave. "Nian Bing, come with me." Long Zhi emotionlessly dropped these words and turned to walk into the Magician's Guild. The two junior magicians in charge of guarding the entrance saw him return and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Nian Bing followed Long Zhi to a huge steeple building. Nian Bing was very familiar with this place. This was the place where Li Ji had tested her magic. Long Zhi walked all the way to the center of the hall before stopping. With his back facing Nian Bing, he said calmly, "I never thought that the legendary magic of the same origin of ice and fire would actually exist. Perhaps you can fool them, but it's impossible for you to fool an archmage. Yes, the bursting flame was indeed released by you using a scroll, but that flame magic was your own strength. I could clearly feel the fire magic released from your body at that time. Now, I think it's time for you to tell me something. Great magician Nian Bing." Nian Bing seemed to have already thought of Long Ji's question. She faintly smiled and said, "Since I made the Ice and Fire Nine Heavens series, I didn't want to hide anything. President, thank you very much for not directly arresting me for interrogation. It seems that my gamble wasn't wrong." Long Ji turned around and looked at Nian Bing with a dignified expression. "Gamble? What are you betting on?" Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "I'm betting on your relationship with the Ice God Tower. Due to the oppression of the Ice God Tower, the guild has never had a chance to make a name for themselves. As an Archmage, you haven't obtained the status you deserve in the Ice Moon Empire. It's impossible for there not to be any change in your mentality. Actually, I know that you're only guessing about my abilities. You don't have absolute certainty that I'm a dual-element magician. However, I can clearly tell you that I am. I possess both ice and fire magic. I'm also the person the Ice Goddess Priestess is looking for. Her purpose for looking for me is very simple. That is to get back the Ice Goddess Stone." Long Ji's whole body shook as he involuntarily said, "You're really the person she's looking for." Nian Bing fished out a roll of cloth from her bosom and unrolled it layer by layer. The black scabbard was the first to appear, followed by another layer of cloth tightly wrapped around the hilt. On this layer of cloth, there were several magic array symbols. The Ice Goddess Stone is a top-notch ice attribute magic stone. It's embedded in this blade. The blade's name is Morning Dew. Its quality isn't below Proud Heavens. I can't show you the Ice Goddess Stone right now. This place isn't too far from the Ice God Tower. I'm afraid that the Ice Goddess Priestess will sense its aura. Let's get straight to the point. I've been studying cooking with my master for 8 years. 8 years ago, I originally had a happy family. However, for some reason, we were separated by the Ice Goddess Priestess. She's the biggest enemy in my life. I've been working so hard to cultivate magic for only one reason. That is, I hope that one day I can kill my way to the Ice God Tower. And you also hope that the Ice God Tower will disappear from the continent. Therefore, in terms of benefits, we're on the same side. As long as you allow me, I'll stay in the Magic Union. Once my magic is strong enough to contend against the Ice Goddess Priestess, I won't hesitate in the slightest. As for my true origin, I won't tell you. Perhaps you'll know in the future. Right now, I just want you to understand that the Ice Goddess Priestess and the Ice God Tower are common enemies. Nonsense. Long Ji suddenly shouted. The Ice Moon Empire's Magic Union and the Ice God Tower are of the same breath and branch. They're both loyal to the Ice Moon Empire's royal family. You actually dare to say such disgraceful words. I'll take you down right now and send you to the Ice God Tower. A cyan radiance swept out, and a surge of wind magic quickly condensed towards Long Ji. The powerful pressure caused Nian Bing's body to tighten, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. Nian Bing didn't say anything. With a flash of light in her hand, she held the Morning Dew dagger with one hand and placed the box containing the Proud Heaven blade on the ground with the other hand. Then, she quickly took out the Stone of Fire. Almighty God of Fire, please allow me to borrow your left hand, and let the flames descend upon the world, extinguishing all evil forces. Let the flames illuminate the earth and destroy all obstacles that stand in our way. Fire God's left hand. A huge flaming hand suddenly appeared in front of Nian Bing at the same time the incantation ended. Under Nian Bing's control, it slapped towards Long Ji. Under the amplification of the Stone of Fire, the Fire God's left hand released its greatest power, and the hall suddenly became scorching hot. Long Ji coldly snorted. Even a grain of rice dares to show off its splendor. I'll let you see what the strength of an Archmage is. A cyan magic staff suddenly appeared in his hand. The magic staff was very long, at least 2 meters long. There were many strange patterns on it, and it emitted a faint cyan light. At the very top, there were 9 cyan gems arranged in a vertical row. Pointing the magic staff forward, Long Ji loudly shouted, "Break!" a huge wind blade appeared, and the 3-meter-long blade directly chopped into the fire god's left hand released by Nianbing. With a loud bang, the fire god's left hand exploded into sparks and disappeared, and the wind blade was also torn apart by the explosion. Nianbing's face paled under the influence of Long Zhi's aura. He took a few steps back, and the ice and fire powers in his body fluctuated violently. He had read almost all the magic books he could find in the past few days, so he immediately recognized the spell that Long Zhi was using. He exclaimed in shock, "Is that the 6th grade wind spell, Wind God Slash? How is this possible? You can actually cast this magic instantaneously." Long Zhi was also astonished. In his mind, his magic power was far above Nianbing's, and he was also at the 6th step defeating the 5th step. He should have destroyed the fire god's left hand and then injured Nianbing. But now he only took a few steps back. As an archmage, instantaneously casting mid and low-level magic is nothing. Of course, the reason why I can instantaneously cast a 6-step magic is because of the demigod grade magic staff in my hand, Destiny. Unfortunately, Eila Slash is already its limit. The magic power condensed by the 9 Destiny Stones can only achieve this much. Moreover, it can only be instantaneously cast once a day. The Destiny Stones need time to absorb more wind elements. With my strength, instantaneously casting a 4th-step magic is a bit easier. Just give up and let us capture you. Nianbing indifferently smiled and said, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who will not resist and admit defeat? To be able to exchange blows with an archmage is my honor." As he spoke, he put away the morning dew dagger. When his right hand reappeared, there were already 4 magic scrolls clamped between his fingers. Long Zhi coldly smiled and said, "You want to contend against me with just those mid to low-level magic scrolls?" Nianbing indifferently smiled and said, "I admit that in the field of magic I'm far inferior to you. But as the saying goes, a cornered beast will still put up a fight. If you don't try, how do you know that you can't do it? Don't forget that magic scrolls can be used instantaneously." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of the 4 magic scrolls in his hand had already been thrown out. Long Zhi's face sank and his eyes shone brightly. He pointed the green destiny staff in his hand forward, and a dazzling green light suddenly appeared. It was another instantaneous spell, but this time it was clearly much smaller. It was a 4th-step wind wall spell. However, he obviously didn't think that a 4th-step spell would be able to block Nianbing's attack. The strength of an archmage was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. 8 consecutive wind walls overlapped each other, completely blocking the space in front of him. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with violent winds, and Long Zhi's figure could no longer be seen from the front. A strange thing happened. The 2 magic scrolls that Nianbing threw out were swept up by the violent winds, continuously fluttering in the air, but no magic was released. Nianbing strangely smiled. "Ah, sorry, I just threw out a blank scroll." Hearing Nianbing's voice, Long Zhi was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The 9 wind walls were naturally wasted, and not only that, they even blocked his own attack. With a cold snort, Long Zhi's deep voice resounded rhythmically, and he began to chant an incantation. Although the 9 wind walls blocked his instantaneous spell attack on Nianbing, it also bought him enough time. The higher the level of the spell, the longer the incantation time. In the whistling of the violent winds, Nianbing couldn't hear what spell Long Zhi was chanting. Nianbing's expression also became serious. She put away the magic scrolls in her hands, and at the same time took out the small icicle staff. Her left hand raised the stone of fire, and she quickly chanted the incantation she was proficient in. "O great fire god, please allow me to borrow your left hand, and let flames descend upon the world, extinguishing all evil. Let the flames illuminate the earth, and destroy all obstacles that obstruct the path ahead. Fire god's left hand." The flames brightened, and a huge fire god's left hand appeared on Nianbing's left side. adding a red glow to the hall that was originally dyed green by the wind walls. O great ice elemental, condense, become the ice of the ancient cold river, become the ice of the moon, the fusion of ice and ice. Appear, dual-colored ice sphere, pointing the icicle staff at an angle. Blue dots of light continuously condensed, and a huge ice sphere full of ice spikes, half light blue and half dark blue, appeared. This was the highest level spell Nianbing could use at the moment, the dual-colored ice sphere of the sixth step. Nianbing raised the divine stone of fire and the icicle staff at the same time. Nianbing's golden hair fluttered without any wind as he fully activated the ice and fire affinity spell. Red and blue light flickered on the surface of his skin as the magic vortex in his body spun to its limit. Ah! Nianbing shouted loudly, and the stone of fire and the icicle staff emitted a surge of red and blue light at the same time, pouring into the two completed spells. The fire god's left hand clenched into a fist, and together with the dual-colored ice sphere, blocked in front of Nianbing. With the continuous infusion of magic, not only did they not increase in size, they actually shrank. Nianbing's face was getting paler and paler, and her magic was beginning to be overdrawn in the process of continuous infusion. The blue light suddenly converged, and the 9-layered wind wall finally disappeared because of the lack of magic support. The 2 white scrolls that Nianbing had previously thrown also fell to the ground. Long Ji's skin appeared a layer of faint blue gas, as if his whole body had turned blue. The pressure that originally disappeared became strong again, and just his solid gaze made the 2 spells in front of Ling Nianbing tremble. Looking at the 2 red and blue light spheres in front of him, Long Ji's eyes burst with a burst of light. Good, I really didn't see wrong. It really is the ice and fire same origin. But do you think these will be useful against me? He swung the dark green staff in his hand, and a blue light shot directly to the wall of the hall. The originally calm wall seemed to be ignited by the blue light, and red, yellow, blue, green, white, and gold lights lit up at the same time, constantly changing. Nianbing, who was familiar with magic arrays, naturally recognized that this was a large-scale magic array. Unless the attack power exceeded the range that the magic array could withstand, otherwise, it was impossible to damage the wall behind the magic array. It seemed that Long Ji was really going to use a big magic. Nianbing didn't say anything. Her mind was completely focused on the 2 spells that she had condensed. The Vulcan's left hand and the 2-colored ice sphere had already condensed to half their original size. Long Ji calmly looked at Nianbing. Not bad. You have indeed understood the essence of magic. I want to see, to what extent can you compress these 2 spells? Frankly speaking, the magic that I just used is a 9th rank wind magic. Perhaps you have also heard that this magic is known as the Wind Magician's Barrier, called Aeolus's Protection. It consumes a lot of magic power, and even with my ability as an archmage, I can only maintain it for half an hour. Under normal circumstances, perhaps no one would use this kind of magic, but to deal with you today, it couldn't be more appropriate. Nianbing's face changed slightly. Of course she knew about Aeolus's protection. Although it was a 9th rank magic, the attack was not 9th rank. When this magic was used, it could instantly cast any wind magic of the 7th rank and below, and the consumption of magic power was only a third of the original. Generally, it was only used when wind magicians were preparing to break out of an encirclement or when facing a large number of enemies. Soaring Wind. The 3rd rank Soaring Wind spell carried Long Ji into the air, and under his feet, a green hexagram with a diameter of 1 meter appeared because of Aeolus's protection. Dash! Nianbing roared again, and under the effect of her spiritual power, the Vulcan's left hand and the 2-colored ice sphere instantly shrank by a third. Her hands moved forward, and the red and blue spheres each drew an arc in the air, flying towards Long Ji. Long Ji's eyes revealed a light of surprise. He discovered that he had still underestimated Nianbing's control over magic. The green destiny staff pointed forward, and a green whirlwind suddenly appeared. The whirlwind instantly grew bigger, and at the same time, Nian Bing's 2 magic barriers. This was a 7th-rank tornado storm. Of course, Long Ji did not think that a 7th-rank spell would be able to destroy Nian Bing's 2 compressed spells. He only wanted to test the power of Nian Bing's magic. Nian Bing moved. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he still managed to hold on. He quickly pulled his hands back, and the red and blue balls of light suddenly stopped moving forward. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He clasped his hands in front of him and yelled, "Ice, fire, same origin, origin." The magic that should have been moving forward suddenly flew horizontally, and the 2 compressed spheres of light, one red and one blue, collided with each other at the same time. Long Ji's expression changed, and he knew that this was bad. At this time, the tornado storm he released had already enveloped the 2 spheres of light that were about to collide. Boom! The magic elements in the whole hall instantly became berserk, and the red and blue lights mixed together to form a huge explosive force that actually tore the 7th-rank tornado storm into pieces. The red and blue lights rotated and condensed into a huge pillar of light and suddenly blasted in Long Ji's direction. The expanding energy almost covered half of the hall. Long Ji frowned. After all, this was the first time he faced such a strange magic of the same origin of ice and fire. He did not know how he should deal with it. The green destiny staff in his hand continuously waved, and one after another tornado storm suddenly appeared, bombarding that huge burst of magic power. Nian Bing's body went soft, and she sat down on the ground. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Because of the overdraft, there was very little left of her magic power. After all, whether it was magic power or mental strength, the consumption of magic power was too great. He had previously tested this magic when he was cultivating in the peach blossom forest, but at that time he did not compress the magic. The reason why he used a 5th-rank and a 6th-rank magic was to balance the power of the ice and fire magic. The fire god's left hand, which was cast with the fire god stone, was definitely equivalent to a 6th-rank magic. Therefore, only the 6th-rank dual-colored ice sphere could complement it. In order to display the power of the same origin of ice and fire magic, the most basic requirement was that the power of the ice and fire magic had to be balanced. This way, they would not mutually devour each other and produce a huge attack power. The whole hall shook violently, and the surrounding defensive magic circle madly shook, as if it could not withstand the huge pressure. The magic power of the same origin of ice and fire was completely released, and Nian Bing could only see red and blue lights in front of her eyes. Only by relying on the icicle staff in her hand did she manage to support her body and not fall. Finally, everything was over. In the end, the magic circle in the hall did not break, but the light was clearly much dimmer. A cyan figure slowly walked out from the aftermath of the explosion. The magic robe on Long Ji's body was somewhat wrinkled, and his complexion was a little paler. The cyan light on his skin had already disappeared. Good, as expected of the same origin of ice and fire magic. I really did not expect that you could actually use such a powerful magic. If it was a magic shooter in a situation where they were not prepared, I am afraid that they would also be injured by your hands. You actually broke my 9th-rank Aeolus Guard, which is famous for its toughness. The power of this same origin of ice and fire magic is already close to that of a 9th-rank magic. It's a pity that using such a spell drained all of your mana. Moreover, the operation time is too long, enough for me to chant 2 or 3 spells of the 9th step. If it were someone else, would they give you such a chance? Nian Bing forced herself to sit up straight, looked at Long Ji with a gentle smile, and said, "Guild leader, actually the same origin of ice and fire magic is only a form of magic and is not a real magic. The real name of the magic I just used should be called triple layer of ice and fire. The first layer is the initial compression and the second layer is the fusion in the air. Long Ji stared blankly for a moment, and suddenly a trace of unease appeared in his heart. Triple layer of ice and fire? Without any warning, a fireball and an ice ball appeared at the same time behind Long Ji. They were respectively a 5th-rank explosive bomb and a 5th-rank monochromatic ice ball. They were not compressed, nor were they amplified by magic items. However, their appearance was so sudden. With a loud bang, the two magic completely collided together. A huge red and blue light pillar appeared once again. It was not as powerful as before, but the one facing it was the defenseless Long Ji. After all, a mage was not a warrior. Even if his brain could react, magic would not be able to react in time. Although this last wave of attack was far less powerful than the previous wave, it was at least close to the 7th-rank standard. The cyan wind let out an angry roar and swept out like a dragon. It was still a tornado storm. With a loud bang, the originally shaky defensive magic array could no longer withstand the impact of the magic. The 6-colored light disappeared, and a huge impact soared into the sky. The pointed roof instantly exploded, and the tiles and dust rose high into the air along with the magic. Long Ji fell forward a few steps, just in time to arrive in front of Nianbing. He waved the clear netherworld staff in his hand, and a cyan wind wall appeared above the two of them, blocking the falling tiles. However, the dust swept up from the side, and Nianbing and Long Ji were covered in dirt. The dust completely disappeared. Nianbing and Long Ji looked at each other. At this time, the two of them were like natives. One was standing, the other was sitting. Suddenly, they laughed at the same time. In the midst of the laughter, Nianbing humorously said, "It seems that we still have the potential to become Earth-type mages." Restraining his laughter, Long Ji fiercely looked at Nianbing. "Stinking brat, you have to compensate me for my loss. Do you know how much a 7th-rank magic scroll is worth?" Just now, at the last moment of crisis, Long Ji had no choice but to use a 7th-rank tornado magic scroll in order to not be hurt by the magic behind him. Only then was he able to successfully block the last attack of the triple stack of ice and fire. It was not easy for Nianbing to force the dignified Archmage Long Ji to this extent. Nianbing laughed mischievously. "This is easy. I'll compensate you with 2 6th-rank magic scrolls. Respected Chairman, how is the power of my newly developed delay magic scroll? It's a pity that this thing is too difficult to make. Otherwise, if it were 2 6th-rank magic scrolls, I'm afraid that you would need to use an 8th-rank magic scroll to block them." Long Ji unhappily said, "All right, then I want the same as those 2 scrolls just now. Don't think that I can't see that those 2 scrolls also have the special fusion element of the same origin of ice and fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to condense together to attack me after the explosion." Nianbing looked at Long Ji with a smile. "Chairman, actually, I quite admire you. In order to be able to show you the ability that I have, I've already racked my brains to calculate. But I've discovered that the gap is still the gap. If it wasn't because you didn't want to hurt me, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to complete the first magic. After all, an Archmage's strength is formidable." Being praised by Nianbing, Long Ji's expression looked a little better. "It seems that you knew from the beginning that I would definitely cooperate with you?" Nianbing shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Not entirely, but I'm at least 80% sure. I've been in the Union for a period of time, and you've repeatedly tried to win me over. If I can't even see this, what right do I have to negotiate with you? Today, when I'm cooking, I won't purposely reveal any flaws for you to discover. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'll be leaving here soon. Before I leave, I hope to gain the support of a powerful mage like you." Long Ji sighed and helped Nianbing up from the ground. "Indeed, I have no reason not to cooperate with you. Suppressing the Ice God Tower can be said to be my greatest wish. Although I'm not too old, but to contend with the priests of the Ice God Tower, I'm afraid that it's impossible in this lifetime. The gap between an archmage and a godly mage is something that you can't imagine. Just as he said this, there was suddenly a commotion outside. The two of them looked towards the door and saw a few archmages leading the way, including Long Ling and Shurjiu, and dozens of other mages rushing in together. Long Ji's face darkened. What are you all in a panic for? Look at you all. Where's the demeanor of a mage? When the mages saw that it was Long Ji here, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Li Hua stepped forward and asked, Chairman, what happened? Why did the top of the testing hall suddenly explode? Could it be that there's a problem with the magic array here? Looking at Long Ji and Nian Bing's sorry state, the mages wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh out loud. Long Ji looked at the crowd, especially the few archmages, and said indifferently, It's good that you're all here. I just happened to announce something. Although Nian Bing only has the strength of a great mage. But from now on, I officially announce that he's one of the elders of the Union. I've had this plan for a long time, but recently he's been studying in the library. Today everyone is here. No matter who it is, you all have to treat him as an elder. There's no problem with the magic array here. I accidentally damaged it when I was sparring with Nian Bing just now. All right, that's all for now. Ling, Shurjiu, you two come and help Nian Bing back to his dormitory first. After saying this, Long Ji picked up the box containing the proud heaven blade that Nian Bing had placed on the ground and handed it to Long Ling. Then he floated away in Qing Feng's package. After all, his dusty appearance did have a big impact on his status. For a moment, the mages looked at each other. They did not understand what had happened. Li Hua muttered to himself, The strength of the magic array in the testing hall is of the 10th level. Is it so easy to break? Could it be that too much time has passed and the magic power has dissipated? Long Ling and Shurjiu supported Nian Bing on each side. When Long Ling saw the blood at the corner of Nian Bing's mouth, a trace of pain could not help but flow through her eyes. Nian Bing had already forced himself to talk to Long Ji. Now that it was over, he immediately fell into a semi-conscious state. Chapter 31. Early morning. After stretching his body, Nian Bing felt his whole body aching. He slowly woke up from his sleep. The warm sunlight shone on his body, making him feel indescribably comfortable. This was the first time in more than a month that he didn't rest during meditation. Instead, he actually slept. As his consciousness gradually woke up, Nian Bing recalled everything that happened last night. During the battle with Long Ji, because Long Ji had held back, Nian Bing wasn't really injured. It was just that he had exhausted too much of his magic power and mental strength, which was why he had vomited blood and fainted. Although he hadn't recovered yet, it was no longer a problem. Slowly sitting up from the bed, Nian Bing was surprised to find that he had changed into fresh clothes. He hurriedly felt around his chest and was shocked to find that the stone of fire, morning dew dagger, holy light stone, the cloth bag with the ghost condor and some small tools, and the proud heaven blade were all gone. Even the magic scrolls that he had painstakingly created were gone. There was nothing on him. Touching his chest, he was lucky that the heavenly flower token was still there. Perhaps it was because of it that he was able to calm his mind. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Ever since leaving the peach blossom forest, this was the first time Nian Bing was so frightened. The stone of fire and the stone of ice goddess were the last things that his parents had left for him in the ice god tower. Now that they had disappeared, what should he do? Did Long Ji take them? No, it couldn't be. He still had a lot of value to Long Ji. Last night, the last people to support him were Long Ling and Shurjiu. He was most afraid of Shurjiu. If that was the case, then at this moment the sound of the door opening was heard. Although the sound was very soft, it still attracted Nian Bing's attention. He hurriedly lay back on the bed and maintained his previous position. Light footsteps sounded, and with a light clack, something seemed to be placed on the table. A faint fragrance told Nian Bing who had come. It was the fragrance of orchids. Among the girls he knew, Only Long Ling used this kind of perfume. Nian Bing, why aren't you awake yet? Dad said that with your ability, you should wake up in the morning. Sure enough, the voice belonged to Long Ling. Her gentle voice was filled with concern. Hearing her voice, Nian Bing felt a warmth in her heart. Long Ling had really fallen in love with him. In fact, she was really a good girl. Perhaps, Nian Bing, hurry up and wake up, okay? Don't you know that this will make me very worried? Dad once told me to get closer to you. He thinks highly of you and even hopes that you can become my husband. However, your attitude towards me is no different from your attitude towards silence. Even who has always been arrogant, is attracted to you. I don't know how I feel about you. Maybe I really like you, but you're always so mysterious. I'm a little scared. Last night, I thought about it all night and decided to bury my feelings in the bottom of my heart. Because I don't want to have a husband that I have to worry about all the time. I don't want to worry that you'll suddenly change, or that you'll be snatched away by other girls. Perhaps an ordinary husband is more suitable for me. Actually, do you know? Ling is really weak and afraid of being hurt. I don't want to feel that kind of heartache. From today onwards, I will definitely treat you as a friend. Perhaps this will be good for both of us. I can't compare to Ro's intelligence, nor can I compare to Silence's strength, so I can only back down. At the end, Long Ling's voice was choked with sobs, and Nian Bing's warm heart gradually cooled down. That's right. What can I give Long Ling? She's so gentle, so kind. She's not suitable to be with me. If I force myself, I'm afraid that she'll only get hurt. Her decision was correct. Could it be that I've always been so ambiguous that these girls have feelings for me? Nian Bing, oh Nian Bing, to you, father and mother are the most important. Since I can't truly give them to you, then just like Linger said, it's best to abandon them early. A man should walk the path he should walk. Nian Bing suddenly felt something warm and moist on his forehead. His entire body stiffened as a sweet scent entered his nose. It seemed to be the lips of a dragon spirit. She kissed him gently and murmured, Nian Bing, I give you my blessings. I will always give you my blessings. Long Ling left, and the room became silent again. Nian Bing sat up again and saw a tray on the table beside the bed. On the tray was the same bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Every day, Nian Bing's breakfast was the same, but for some reason he suddenly felt that it was hard to swallow, as if there was something stuck in his throat. I'm sorry. I'll also always bless you. If it's not too late when I come back one day, then I'll definitely come and find you. I'll eat the breakfast you send me every day. A new day, a bright and sunny day, was also a day of excitement in Ice Snow City. Early in the morning, the news of the Deshang Pavilion being defeated by the Clear Wind sect in the competition spread throughout Ice Snow City. It was unknown who spread the news, but Nian Bing's culinary skills were described as miraculous. The words ice and fire demonic chef spread to every corner of the city. Although Extreme Snow had long expected such a situation to occur, he didn't expect it to be so crazy. Early in the morning, the entrance of Cool Breeze restaurant was already blocked by customers who were qualified to eat there. Everyone was fighting to see what kind of chef could cook with magic, and what kind of person could make Golden Chef Liao Feng admit defeat on his own accord. Cool Breeze restaurant's business increased by several times. Extreme Snow had no choice but to release a message saying that Ice and Fire chef Nian Bing would only personally cook one dish every day, and this dish would be auctioned off for the customers to taste. As for the other dishes of Cool Breeze restaurant, the price would remain the same. Only then did the surging popularity gradually calm down. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that Cool Breeze restaurant had the backing of a powerful force, those nobles would have already caused trouble. On the contrary, Cool Breeze restaurant's prosperity was a contrast to Deshang Pavilion's decline. For the entire day, Deshang Pavilion could only be described as completely deserted. There were so few customers that it was pitiful. The entire Deshang pavilion seemed abnormally cold and cheerless. Even the young girls at the entrance who were in charge of welcoming customers were yawning out of boredom. During the day, Nian Bing didn't go to the library. Instead, he meditated in his room for the entire day. This was because he needed to recover his lost magical power. At the same time, he needed to calm his heart and forget about the troubles of the morning. That night, Nian Bing, who had recovered part of his magical power, was quietly brought to Cool Breeze restaurant in a carriage. The one who came to pick him up was still Xuejing. "Hey, are you a blockhead? You didn't say a word the whole way," Xuejing said to Nianbing in dissatisfaction as they were about to reach the back door of Cool Breeze restaurant. Along the way, she told Nianbing about the bustle of Cool Breeze restaurant in detail. She didn't stop talking, but Nianbing didn't react at all. He just sat there and listened. "What do you want me to say?" "Silence. Actually, that's what I'm most afraid of. Master once told me that if I show my culinary skills anywhere, I have to leave immediately. I've already broken my promise with Uncle Shui. I'm afraid this month will be very difficult." Xuejing was stunned. "Don't tell me you don't want to be famous?" Nianbing frowned. He looked at the heroic young girl in front of him and said, "Do you think I'm learning to cook for fame? I've never thought about that. If that's what you think, then I can tell you with certainty that you're wrong. However, you can rest assured that since I've promised Uncle Shui a month, I'll definitely finish this month's work." Xuejing looked at Nianbing and suddenly asked with concern, "What's wrong with you today? Why do I feel that you're a little strange?" Nianbing shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. After I'm done with this dish, can you please let the carriage send me back to the Union? Also, help me thank Uncle Shui. Thank him for his understanding." Xuejing said, "Actually, there's nothing to thank him for. Father said that the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Only cooking one dish a day can show the nobility of the dishes you make. Moreover, we don't want you to be too tired." The carriage arrived, and Nianbing entered the Cool Breeze study with Xuejing. From afar, he could already hear the clamor of discussions, and he felt a wave of irritation. After the time it took to eat a meal, when Nianbing left from the back door, he could only faintly hear people shouting prices in the Cool Breeze study. The highest price had already reached 20 purple coins. Was a dish really worth that much money? Xuejing didn't send Nianbing off because she was busy at the Cool Breeze study. He rode the carriage back to the Magicians' Union alone. Today he didn't see Long Ji and his daughter. When he finished meditating, it was already evening. He could only leave the Union and follow Xuejing to the Cool Breeze study. As a result, his precious things were still missing. "Brother, how come you're back so soon? I thought you'd be back at least an hour later." Nianbing heard Shijio's voice coming from the Union's gate as soon as he got off the carriage. "Big brother, you specially waited for me here?" Nianbing asked with some surprise. Shijio smiled and said, "Yes. Master told me to wait for you here. He wanted me to tell you to immediately go to the 3rd floor of the library to find him. He's waiting for you there. By the way, you owe me one. Last night, I helped you change your clothes, and I even helped you do a simple wash. Fortunately, your body isn't too dirty. I don't know why, but Ling seems to be very unhappy these days. I've coaxed her the whole day, but there's no change." Nianbing suddenly felt that Shijio didn't seem so annoying. At least his feelings for Long Ling were real. After bidding farewell to Shijio, Nianbing walked towards the library. Returning to the Magicians' Union, his mood was much calmer. What he wanted to do the most right now was to leave this city of ice and snow as soon as possible and leave this clamor. But before that, learning the magic he needed was naturally the most important thing. Stepping onto the 3rd floor of the library, Nianbing saw Long Ji standing there. In his hand was a book that Long Ji was very familiar with. It was the book on magic arrays that he read yesterday. Closing the book, Long Ji's gaze turned to Nianbing. "You're back." Nianbing walked in front of Long Ji, Have you been waiting for me? Long Ji smiled faintly and said, I've been here the whole day because I want to know why you're able to produce a different result for the same thing. Can you tell me the answer? Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Comprehension. It's that simple? Nian Bing nodded and took the magic book from Long Ji's hand. She smiled and said, Actually, the answer isn't here. It's on the second floor. There's a book on magic array theory there. If there's a chance, you can take a look at it. Actually, the reason why I can create magic arrays with different effects isn't because I have more control over magic. You should know that. More importantly, I didn't just memorize these things. Instead, I added my own understanding into them. I didn't comprehend the inner meaning of these magic arrays. Long Ji's eyes flashed. Comprehension. What a good comprehension. Nian Bing smiled and said, Actually, from the first day that I learned cooking from Master, he taught me that cooking isn't something that can be learned through practice. Practice is important. But if you can find a good way to practice, then you can get twice the results with half the effort. And the method needs to rely on one's comprehension to find it. Everyone has their own path. If you find the straight path, then you can reach your destination in the shortest amount of time. This is the case for both cooking and magic. Long Ji smiled. Kid, do you know why I'm waiting for you here today? Nian Bing shook his head. Long Ji smiled and said, I wanted to be your teacher, but I didn't expect that you would give me a lesson first. Now I'm a bit doubtful if I have the qualifications to be your teacher. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. Of course you do. Just based on your years of understanding of magic, I can't compare to you. Long Ji sighed and said, No, maybe I'm stronger than you in terms of overall understanding of magic. But in terms of understanding the true essence of magic, you're already above me. Nian Bing, I hope that you can agree to a condition of mine. At this point he paused. Nian Bing looked at Long Ji. He knew that this condition was very important to his relationship with Long Ji. As long as he agreed, Long Ji would help him without reservation. In this kind of situation, did he have a choice? No. To be able to obtain the help of an archmage, and one who had a common enemy, would save him a lot of time and energy. He had no reason to refuse his condition. Nodding, Nian Bing said, Say it, I'll do it as long as I can. The smile on Long Ji's face disappeared, and he said seriously, I hope that if I die one day, you can take over my current position and help me take good care of Ling. Can you promise me that? Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, You seem to have two conditions. Take care. I hope you can say it more clearly. Long Ji sighed and said, I'm a father. I only want my daughter to be happy. As long as you can make Ling happy, I don't care how you take care of her. This is an empty promise. At least, as long as I'm alive, I have the ability to take care of my daughter. Nian Bing heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. I'll definitely take good care of her as long as I'm able to. If one day you're going to die, please come find me first. Although his tone was very calm, his words were full of weight. In his life, Nian Bing made a promise for the first time. Long Ji smiled. A man's promise doesn't need to be said too much. What's the other condition? Nian Bing frowned and said, I know you hope that the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild can be carried forward, but you should also understand that the current guild is just a mess. Long Ji laughed and said, Of course it's a mess. If it's not like this, why would I say it's a condition? My position as the president is just a nice name. There are only a dozen or so magicians in my hands who can really play a role. Compared to the hundreds of great magicians in other empires, my Magicians Guild is equivalent to nothing. However, I believe that if you inherit it in the future, this situation will certainly improve. Of course, I will try my best to pave the way for you in my lifetime. This condition is also the most important. Nian Bing took a deep breath. He clearly felt that the burden on his shoulders had become a lot heavier. Since there's no other choice, then I agree. However, I won't fulfill this promise for at least 8 years. I need to fulfill my master's last wish. After 8 years, I will definitely return here. At that time, it will also be the starting point of my struggle with the Ice God Tower. Long Ji's eyes revealed an excited light. Good, it's a deal. Kneel down. Nian Bing took a step back and knelt on the ground with a plop. She respectfully said, "Disciple greets master." After saying that, she respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Long Ji. After Long Ji accepted the bow, he helped Nian Bing up. "Nian Bing, do you know that to be able to worship a magister as a master is something that many magicians yearn for even in their dreams? Looking at your appearance, you don't seem very happy." Nian Bing laughed and said, "How happy do you think I should be? After all, we are a union of interests." Long Ji calmly said, "I admit this point. However, since you are already my disciple and have made a promise to me, from now on, I won't have any reservations about you. I will treat you like how I treat Ling. Originally, all my hopes were on Ling. However, she is a girl after all. I am somewhat worried. Now that I have you, everything will definitely become better." Nian Bing said, "As a man, words are like spilled water. I will definitely fulfill my promise. However, I can't guarantee that the union will flourish in my hands in the future, but at least it won't become worse." Long Ji smiled and said, "A master preaches, teaches, and dispels doubts. Now, I should begin to fulfill my duties. From today onwards, until the day you leave Ice Snow City, this will be your classroom." Nian Bing said with a little surprise, "You don't seem to want me to stay at all." Long Ji nodded and said, "Indeed, you can't stay. Do you know who came here just now?" Nian Bing was stunned and said, "Who?" Long Ji took a deep breath and said, "It's Liao Feng. Yesterday, you were in the limelight too much. Liao Feng is arrogant, but he also has a sense of justice. He has always disdained some dark things. He told me that De Changxian's Jin is already preparing to deal with you. One way is to investigate whether you are the person the Ice Goddess priest is looking for. The other is to write a letter to the royal family and ask the king to transfer you to the palace as a chef. No matter which of these 2 things succeeds, it will be very disadvantageous to you. Therefore, you must leave Ice Snow City, and you must leave secretly." Nian Bing was shocked, but she quickly calmed down. "I think I don't leave any traces behind. It won't be easy for them to investigate whether I am the person the Ice Goddess priest is looking for. As for transferring me to the palace, it will be more troublesome. However, the journey from here to Ice Moon City is not short. Even if a horse rushes over at full speed, it will take at least 1.5 months for a round trip." Long Ji nodded and said, "That's right. From Ice Snow City to Ice Moon City, it will take 1.5 months for a round trip. However, His Majesty has always placed a large number of troops around Ice Moon City. Even if there is a clearance document, it will be delayed for a few days during the inspection process. The Royal Soul Destroyer Knights are stationed there, and the highest commander of the Knights is Brother Shue's brother, Shue Pa. If we use the magic wind pigeon to send a letter and let Marshal Shue Pa delay some time, we can at least delay it from 1.5 months to 2 months. In this way, there is still plenty of time. It should be enough for me to pass on my knowledge to you." Nian Bing said, 2 months should be enough. In another 2 months, the carving of the Zhengyang saber should be completed. Long Ji said, "Then let's start now. Nian Bing, I hope that you can tell me the situation of how to possess the special magic of the same origin of ice and fire without any reservation." Nian Bing nodded and said, "My parents are both magicians. Originally, I had always followed my father to practice fire magic. When I was 10 years old, I followed my father to the Ice God Tower to look for my mother. However, we were stopped by the Ice Goddess priestess. My father was far from being a match for the Ice Goddess priestess. At the last moment, they used all their strength to stop the Ice Goddess priestess. They gave me the Fire God Stone and the Ice Goddess Stone, allowing me to use a teleportation scroll to escape. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that they have already been killed." He said it very simply and did not describe the situation at that time in detail. However, his eyes already revealed a deep hatred. Long Ji frowned and said, "So your mother should be a member of the Ice God Tower?" The Ice God Tower has always had a rule that the women in the tower are definitely not allowed to marry. At that time, you were already 10 years old, but your mother was still alive and well. It seems that her position in the Ice God Tower should be very high. Nian Bing coldly said, "High? What's the use of being high? For the Ice God Tower, that can be considered a secret. I don't want to talk about the specific situation. The memories of those years are too painful for me. I hate them. Not only do I hate the Ice God Tower, I also hate those people who chased after us." Later on, in order to avoid being hunted down by the magic experts of the Ice God Tower, I jumped into the Azure Sky River and swam downstream. At that time, I already thought that I was going to die, but I never thought that I would actually be caught by Master's fishing net and survive. My master is the famous ghost chef Zhaji. When my master saw that I knew some elementary magic, he was extremely happy. After accepting me as his disciple, he began to teach me culinary skills. At the same time, I also began to practice magic. At that time, I was surprised to find that there was an additional cold current in my body. At that moment, Nian Bing carefully narrated the process of her magic cultivation over the years. After listening to Nian Bing's narration, Long Ji hesitated. "In that case, it was the jade on your chest that awakened your will in time, allowing you to fuse the two types of magic together. Nian Bing, do you know that this is not a true fusion? You have always been in a very dangerous situation." Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, "Of course I know. If not for this, why would I come to the Magic Union? One of my reasons for coming here is to find knowledge about the same origin of ice and fire magic. I hope to be able to resolve the hidden danger of the magic power in my body." After thinking for a while, Long Ji said in a low voice, "It's very difficult. I'll be honest with you. Even on the 4th floor of the library, there's no knowledge about the same origin of ice and fire magic. I'm afraid that even the magic unions of the other empires do not have it. After all, the same origin of ice and fire magic only exists in legends." Nian Bing's heart turned cold. She asked, "Then is there no other way? Do I really have to go on like this? I have a premonition that if my magic power reaches a certain level, the current ice and fire vortex will be destroyed. At that time, in the process of them attacking each other, I'm afraid that my body will explode." Long Ji shook his head and said, "No, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Your current situation is already hard to come by in 1,000 years. Since you can already maintain the harmony between ice and fire, it proves that your body's constitution is special. In addition, you have been cultivating like this for many years. Your body has gradually adapted to the ice and fire magic elements. What you need now is an opportunity. If you can truly fuse your ice and fire magic elements together under special circumstances, then you will truly become the only mage on the continent with the same origin of ice and fire magic. Didn't you just say that you understood? If you want to fuse them, you will need to understand it yourself. Right now, we don't know how much magic power the ice and fire vortex in your body can withstand. Before it reaches saturation, you must comprehend the mystery within." As he said that, Long Ji grabbed Nian Bing's hand. Gentle wind magic slowly fused into Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing only felt as if a cool breeze blew through her body. Her whole body was wrapped in wind element. After a long while, Long Ji let go of her hand. He didn't say anything. With a wave of his right hand, the morning dew dagger and the stone of fire wrapped in cloth appeared in his hand. He passed the two magic items to Nian Bing's hands respectively and once again held her wrist. Time passed by minute by minute. After a full half an hour, Long Ji let out a long breath and let go of Nian Bing. Fortunately, the stone of the ice goddess and the stone of fire god are indeed top-grade gems. The reason why you can reach your current state is inseparable from their existence. Just now, I clearly felt that when these two gems were in your hands, the rotation speed of the ice and fire vortex in your body clearly increased. If this vortex wants to continue, it must keep rotating. Only in this way can the ice and fire not invade each other. As long as you keep these two gems by your side, unless your magic power is strong enough to fill your whole body, it will keep rotating. In addition to the stabilizing effect of the warm jade on your chest, there won't be any problems. Nian Bing's heart calmed down a little, and she asked, Master, then what kind of realm is filled with magic power equivalent to? Long Ji smiled faintly. Filling the whole body with magic power is a sign of entering the realm of Archmage. You are still very early. If you still can't comprehend the mystery of the same origin of ice and fire before you reach the realm of Archmage, then we can only seal your body so that the magic power in your body won't increase. That way, although you will never be able to reach the highest realm of magic, keeping your life won't be a problem. With the same origin of ice and fire and strength close to that of an Archmage, your strength is definitely not inferior to mine. With Long Ji's explanation, Nian Bing, who had always been puzzled about the same origin of ice and fire, suddenly felt enlightened. Although the problem wasn't truly solved, knowing that her life wouldn't be threatened, her mood improved a lot. At least in the future, she dared to let go of her training. Nian Bing had always believed that her perception wasn't bad. Moreover, she had already found a way to solve the problem from the magic array. It was just that it wasn't mature yet. Master, thank you. With my nature, the same origin of ice and fire isn't a problem for me. Long Ji smiled faintly. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I can't accept you as a disciple for nothing. I'll give you a greeting gift. Yesterday, I originally wanted Ling, and Shurjio to send you back to your room. But after thinking about it, you had so many treasures on you, and yet you were unconscious. It was a bit inappropriate. I'll go and collect all your things. Don't tell me you didn't find it strange that the divine stone of fire and your cold blade suddenly appeared? Look, they're actually stored in this. While saying that, Long Ji extended Nian Bing his right hand. Only then did Nian Bing see that Long Ji was wearing a black ring. The ring's appearance was very simple, like an iron ring, unremarkable. Long Ji took off the ring and smiled. Don't look down on it. It's a dark gold, ranked magic item. Sigh, speaking of which, our union is really poor. Magic items are pitifully few. This ring is called the spatial ring. The metal used to forge it is extremely special. It's a magic item used for spatial storage. You have to know that most magicians carry many things when they go out, and our bodies are relatively weak. If we carry so many things, how can we carry them? A spatial storage type magic item is a necessity for a high-level magician. Generally speaking, rings are the best because they are small and easy to carry. In this ring, you can store 10 cubic meters of things. It's enough. I've put all your treasures in here. While saying that, Long Ji's wrist shook, and a surge of magic power entered the ring. His azure, destiny staff suddenly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 32. Handing the ring to Nian Bing, he said, There's nothing left for me in here. Take it with you. Although it's a spatial magical item, the magical array within it is extremely ingenious. Any kind of magical power, combined with one's mental strength, can be used to retrieve the items stored in it. After putting on the ring, Nian Bing subconsciously probed the interior of the ring with his spiritual power. Indeed, what he felt was a spacious space, and his belongings were in this space. With a thought, he infused his dermic power into the ring. Under the control of his spiritual power, the morning dew dagger and the divine stone of fire in his hand instantly disappeared and appeared in the spacious space. Nian Bing felt a burst of excitement. This was what he needed the most now. He hurriedly said to Long Ji, Master, thank you. Long Ji laughed heartily and said, I've heard the word master most clearly. All right, let's begin our research. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me immediately. From that night onwards, Nian Bing led a regular life. Apart from the necessary washing up, even Long Ji rarely left the library. His meals and drinks were all personally delivered to the library by Long Ling. Under Long Ji's guidance, Nian Bing found it much easier to read. There were some things that he didn't need to ponder on himself. Long Ji directly provided very insightful insights, in addition to his own understanding of magic, and explained them to Nian Bing. Although the two of them were of different types of magic, with Long Ji's help, Nian Bing's understanding of the field of magic became more and more profound. The speed of reading on the third level also increased by quite a bit. Every night, the Breeze Restaurant's horse carriage would arrive punctually to pick up Nian Bing. Every time, he would leave and return in a hurry. Learning magic was what he wanted the most. Unknowingly, it was already the last day of Nian Bing's promise to Xueji. Although a month had passed, the Breeze Restaurant's business was still booming, especially Nian Bing's daily finale. It had never been repeated in the past 30 days. The price had risen from a few dozen purple gold coins to over 100 purple gold coins. After finishing today's dishes, Nian Bing didn't leave in a hurry as usual. These days he had been using Ming Yuan's special stove to cook. Every time he cooked, he asked Ming Yuan to watch from the side. He tried his best to slow down so that Ming Yuan could see more clearly. "Master Ming, did you see the method just now?" Nian Bing washed her hands and took off the chef's hat on her head. Ming Yuan nodded sincerely and said, "So that's how it works." "Nian Bing, you've taught me a lot in the past month. Thank you very much. Although you are younger than me, I still want to call you master." With that, he bowed to Nian Bing. Nian Bing was shocked and quickly supported Ming Yuan. "Master Ming, please don't be like this. Although these days we've only been together for less than an hour, but some of your insights have been very helpful to me. Between us, we're just learning from each other." Ming Yuan said seriously, "Nian Bing, do you know? All this time, I thought that it would be hard for my culinary skills to improve. But in this month, you didn't hesitate to let me watch your cooking methods and even explain the mysteries behind them to me. I think that even if Liao Feng were to come again, he wouldn't be able to win against me. You've let me see another door of culinary skills. Actually, even if you don't use magic, you're still a top chef." Nian Bing smiled and didn't say anything else. She lifted the kitchen curtain and walked out of the 10-square-meter area. The moment she came out, she was shocked. All the chefs stopped what they were doing and looked at her respectfully. "What is everyone doing? I think there are still many customers waiting outside. Everyone, please continue. They are thanking you, just like how I want to thank you. Nian Bing, you've brought the entire Clear Wind restaurant to new heights." As the voice sounded, Xueji and his daughter walked over. Under Xueji's lead, a thunderous applause sounded. Those admiring gazes made Nian Bing's blood boil. After all, she was still a young person. "Uncle Xue, thank you for taking care of me these days." Nian Bing bowed to Xueji. Xueji smiled. "No, you should be the one taking care of me. How I wish that this month could be extended indefinitely. But I know that you're an eagle and should fly further away. I've already talked with Brother Long, don't worry. I won't use any reason to keep you here. I just hope that you can come back and visit when you're free." Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Xue, I think that your auction needs to continue. I think that Master Ming's culinary skills can handle it. Tomorrow you can hold the auction first, and then announce that I'm leaving. As long as the guests taste Master Ming's dishes, there shouldn't be any dissatisfaction." Ming Yuan walked over and nodded. "Nian Bing's words make sense. As long as you're not a true gourmet, you won't be able to taste the difference between my dishes and Nian Bing's. Nian Bing, I really want to know how much of your skills you've used these days. I understand that you haven't used your full strength in order to maintain the Clear Wind restaurant in the future, right?" Nian Bing smiled. "About 70%. Ming Yuan sighed. "Even 70% is something I can't compare to. There's no limit to cooking. I hope you can improve even more in the future. Nianbing nodded. That's my goal as well. Don't worry, I'll definitely work hard. As he spoke, he channeled his magic power into the spatial ring on his finger. 10 magic scrolls appeared in his hand out of thin air. At the same time, a piece of paper appeared. Each magic scroll was tied with a ribbon of different color. Nianbing handed the scrolls and paper to Xuejing. These are the scrolls I promised. Each one of them is my blood, sweat, and tears. I've already written down how to use them on the paper. They're all dual magic scrolls. In times of emergency, just open the scrolls and you'll be able to use them. Xuejing took the scrolls, but didn't even look at them. Her eyes shone faintly as she asked softly, "Are you really leaving?" Nianbing nodded resolutely. "I've chosen the path I should take. I can't turn back." Xuejing said, "Silence, send Nianbing out." Xuejing sighed softly and walked out of the kitchen. Nianbing said goodbye to Xuejing, Mingyuan, and the other chefs before following her out. The night was so quiet. Only the occasional sound of the wind rustling the leaves added a bit of life to the silent night sky. Walking on the path to the back door of the Cool Breeze restaurant, the fragrance of the plants assaulted their nostrils. "Nianbing, do you hate me?" Xuejing, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Nianbing walked to her side. "Why do you say that?" Xuejing turned around and looked at Nianbing. "If not, then why do you keep avoiding me?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Don't you like Yanfeng? If he comes looking for you outside and sees you with me, won't he misunderstand?" Xuejing's voice suddenly rose a few octaves. "What? This is your reason. Don't you know that when you first came to the Cool Breeze restaurant to compete with De Changxian, Yanfeng had already left Ice Snow City and was summoned back by His Majesty?" Nianbing was stunned. "I really don't know. These days, other than coming to the Cool Breeze restaurant, I've always been in the Magicians Guild's library. How could I know?" Although she said that, in her heart, she thought that it was fortunate that Yan Juhua had already left. Otherwise, if he came looking for her again, she really didn't know how to face him. Xuejing snorted and said, "Forget it. You can go." "Oh, then I'll go. Perhaps when I leave Ice Snow City, I won't inform you." After saying that, Nianbing walked towards the back door. "You're really leaving?" Xuejing's dissatisfied voice sounded behind her, causing Nianbing to have no choice but to turn around. A red cloud suddenly rushed over. Nianbing's body shook, and she almost lost her balance. She subconsciously hugged Xuejing's supple body. She felt a pain on her shoulder. When she looked down, it was Xuejing who had bitten her shoulder. Nianbing didn't move, nor did he cry out in pain. He only smiled bitterly as he looked at the heroic girl in his arms. Xuejing fiercely pushed Nianbing away and said hatefully, "You dead person, quickly leave." Looking at her beautiful red eyes, Nianbing sighed in his heart. However, he really didn't dare to linger and hurriedly walked out of the Cool Breeze restaurant. Looking at his departing figure, Xuejing's face suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. "Humph, you can go. You have legs, but so do I." After leaving the Cool Breeze restaurant, Nianbing didn't take the prepared carriage. Instead, he slowly strolled along the street. These days he had been studying magic, so he really needed to relax. Not long after he walked out of the central street, the sound of horse hooves and wheels suddenly sounded. Nianbing looked back and thought, could it be that the carriage had caught up? It was indeed a carriage, but it didn't belong to the Cool Breeze restaurant. However, Nianbing recognized this carriage. The carriage stopped beside him. Luo Ro's beautiful face, which didn't know the world of mortals, poked out from the carriage. "Get in." Nianbing frowned. "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to walk by myself." Luo Ro was slightly annoyed. "Am I a scourge? Other than the first time we met. Why is it that every time you see me, you can't wait to avoid me?" Nianbing smiled bitterly. "Miss, don't forget that you already have a fiancé. A man and a woman alone together. It doesn't seem appropriate. Luo Ro's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of sadness. Are you getting in? Although it was a request, her tone sounded very weak. Nian Bing didn't have any bad feelings towards Luo Ro. In the end, he stepped onto the carriage. Sitting across from Luo Ro, Nian Bing looked at her and said, "Miss Wise Girl, why are you looking for me?" Luo Ro looked at Nian Bing. At this moment, she looked so weak. "Nian Bing, call me Ro. I think we can be considered friends. Today is your last day at the Cool Breeze restaurant. I purposely waited for you outside." Nian Bing looked at Luo Ro and said, "You seem to have something on your mind. In Ice Snow City, you can be said to be the favored daughter of the heavens. Even Jing, and Ling can't compare to you. Could it be that you have something on your mind?" Luo Ro nodded and said, "Of course there is. Do you know why everyone, including those officials, is respectful to me? It's not only because of my intelligence, but also because of my marriage." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat and said, "If that's the case, then your fiancé should have a very high status in the Ice Moon Empire." Luo Ro said, "That's right. My fiancé is the current 5th prince of the Ice Moon Empire. He's also the one who is most favored by the emperor and has the most hope of inheriting the throne in the future. When I was very young, I liked to show off my intelligence. That's right, it did bring me a lot of glory. However, the young me didn't know that at the same time, it also brought me a lot of trouble. I don't know when, but news of me spread to the palace. At that time, my father was only a small baron. I don't know how His Majesty found out about this, but he personally summoned us father and daughter at the banquet in the palace. His Majesty gave me 3 difficult questions. Young and hot-blooded, I answered them one by one. My troubles began at the quarter of the year. Nian Bing continued, "His Majesty must have admired your intelligence. In addition to your appearance and noble background, he arranged a marriage between you and the 5th prince, right? Since the 5th prince was able to obtain His Majesty's appreciation, he must be quite capable. Since that's the case, there's nothing bad about you marrying him." Luo Ro snorted and said, "Nothing bad about it? Haven't you heard of the saying, once you enter the palace, you'll be as deep as the ocean? The 5th prince's abilities are indeed outstanding. I've seen him in the palace when I was young. His appearance is also top-notch. However, his abilities are also reflected in other aspects. From what I know, he already has 16 concubines. Do you think I'll be happy marrying such a person? At most, I'll be a queen in the future. That's not the life I want. I'm already 18 years old. In 2 years, when I'm 20, I'll be marrying the 5th prince, who's older than me by 2 years. Tell me, how can I not be annoyed?" Nian Bing said, "Then what's your decision? Are you marrying him or not?" Luo Ro said sadly, "Of course I'll marry him. Do I have the right to choose? I still have to think about my parents. If I marry the 5th prince, my father's position will naturally soar. If I don't marry him, I'm afraid my entire family will suffer. I don't have a choice at all." "Ro! I still don't understand what you mean. You didn't come looking for me today just to tell me these things, right?" Nian Bing found that he was more and more moved by Luo Ro. He might as well get straight to the point. He didn't want his decision to be affected by his emotions. Luo Ro's expression changed slightly. She sighed and said, "I do want to ask for your help. I heard that you'll be leaving soon to travel the continent. I want to ask you to help me send a letter to the Ottoman Empire. Moreover, this letter must not be received by anyone in the Ice Moon Empire. If you can help me with this, perhaps I won't have to marry the 5th prince." Nian Bing said, "Who in the Ottoman Empire should I send it to?" Luo Ro said, "Send it to the capital of the Ottoman Empire and give it to Marquis Bluefeather's youngest daughter." "Oh no, Marquis Bluefeather was promoted to Duke last year. His daughter's name is Lan Chin. Marquis Bluefeather is very famous in the Ottoman Empire. You'll definitely be able to find out about him there. Since you're going to travel anyway, and the Ice Moon Empire shares a border with the Blue Feather Empire, just help me with this, okay? Sending a letter wasn't a difficult matter. After all, this was related to Luo Ro's lifelong happiness. Nian Bing nodded and said, I hope there won't be any trouble. Luo Ro said happily, that means you've agreed. As she spoke, she took out a letter and a small bead emitting a gentle white light. She handed it to Nian Bing and said, This bead is a token. Add this to the letter and Lan Chun will definitely believe you. Nian Bing received it and was surprised to find that the smooth bead had a familiar warmth to it. It was actually made of white jade. He didn't look at it carefully. With a wave of his hand, he put the letter and bead into his spatial ring. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Magician's Guild. Nian Bing said to Luo Ro, I'll do my best to help you deliver the letter. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Wait a moment. Luo Ro suddenly moved to Nian Bing's side and kissed him on the cheek. The faint fragrance left Nian Bing in a daze. Luo Ro's eyes were filled with gratitude. Nian Bing, thank you. If I've caused you any trouble in the past, please forgive me. You're actually a good person. Nian Bing touched his own face as a strange feeling rose in his heart. A good person? Am I really a good person? Not long ago, Xue Jing called me a dead person. Another half a month had passed. On the 4th floor of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild, Nian Bing was carefully reciting a magic incantation. Long Ji had high hopes for Nian Bing. 20 days ago, after he had finished learning all the knowledge on the 3rd level, Long Ji allowed him to continue learning on the 4th level. There were far fewer books on the 4th level compared to the 3rd level. There wasn't even a full bookshelf on the 4th level. The magic knowledge here was extremely profound. Even with Nian Bing's intelligence, he could only memorize it and slowly understand it. On the 4th floor, there were all kinds of incantations, including 11th rank forbidden spells. Although there were very few of them, these incantations were the most precious assets of the Magician's Guild. Ordinary magic was divided into 10 ranks. At the 11th rank, it was the so-called forbidden spell, and the highest rank was the 12th rank God's Descent. It was called the forbidden spell of forbidden spells. Nian Bing. Long Ji opened the restriction and walked up from below, interrupting Nian Bing, who was reciting. Master, didn't you say that I only need to recite these things and that I don't need to explain anymore? Nian Bing looked at Long Ji with some surprise. When he first became Long Ji's disciple, he was still somewhat guarded. However, Long Ji's selfless teaching made him feel as if he saw Jiaji's figure again. Long Ji's expression was somewhat ugly. Nian Bing said, You must leave tomorrow. I just received news that after His Majesty received your news, he was very interested in your cooking skills. He has already sent a message to Marquis Noah using magic wind pigeons. The magic wind pigeons are very fast. They will definitely arrive at Ice Snow City within 3 days. Therefore, you must leave tomorrow. Nian Bing had always wanted to leave Ice Snow City. However, when he suddenly heard Long Ji telling him to leave, he couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, he still nodded and said, Master, I have already memorized most of the things here. If I hurry up, I should be able to finish memorizing them by tonight. Anyway, I have nothing to pack. I will leave tomorrow morning. I have not appeared outside for the past few days. I think that the people of Great Accomplishment Pavilion should not know that I am still in the city. Long Ji coldly snorted and said, If you think so, you are underestimating them too much. I have long discovered that there are people monitoring the surroundings of the Union, as if they are afraid that you will run away. Your existence will always be a threat to Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Nian Bing nodded and said, I understand. Master, is there anything else you want me to do? Long Ji did not speak. He walked to the only bookshelf and hesitated for a moment. Then he took out a magic book from the top row of the bookshelf. Nian Bing had already read that book. It described the effects of some forbidden spells. When he read it, Nian Bing was really shocked by the power of the forbidden spells. Long Ji held the book and sighed softly. Originally, I didn't want to teach you this magic, and I didn't want you to use it. But now, I feel that it's better to teach it to you. Although it's very harmful, it's the best way to save your life. Nian Bing looked at Long Ji with some doubts and asked, Master, what kind of magic is it that makes you so troubled? A green light appeared from Long Ji's finger. The active wind element jumped in the air. The green light was brought up by his finger and drew a strange pattern on the surface of the magic book. Nian Bing, who was familiar with magic arrays, immediately understood that it was a simple array to activate a hidden effect. The light flashed, but the magic book did not seem to have any changes. Long Ji opened the book. The original first page disappeared, and a layer of small golden words appeared. He handed the book to Nian Bing and said in a deep voice, Remember the spell, but do not read it out loud. You must remember every word clearly. The spell was very long. Nian Bing did not pay attention to its contents. Instead, he followed Long Ji's instructions and imprinted it in the depths of his mind. When he had completely memorized it, he raised his head and asked, Master, what spell is this? Long Ji's eyes flashed and said, This is an ancient curse spell. It is also the biggest secret of our union. Nian Bing's body shook and said, Curse spell? Isn't that something that only dark magic has? According to the records, dark magic seems to have been lost a long time ago. Long Ji shook his head and said, No, actually dark magic still exists. However, because dark magicians have always been hunted by the various worlds of the continent, they hide very secretly. At the same time, their numbers are very small. Actually, dark magic is a very mysterious magic. It has special effects that other magic cannot achieve. However, I can tell you that this curse spell does not belong to the category of dark magic. It is a special ancient curse spell. Originally, only I knew of its existence. Now you are the second. Nian Bing asked curiously, Then what effect does it have? Long Ji said, The effect is very simple. It is to curse oneself. Curse oneself? Even if Nian Bing was smart, he still could not understand Long Ji's words. Correct, it is to curse oneself. By cursing one's own life, one can obtain even more power. In an instant, one can exceed one's own limit in using magic. Using this curse can be controlled. According to the strength of the curse, the power obtained will also be different. Its name is Life Song of Curses. Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. Master, I want to know how powerful this spell is. Long Ji glanced at Nian Bing and said, It is very terrifying. An 11th-step forbidden spell and a 12th-step God's Descent spell have completely different powers. At that time, the Ice Goddess Priestess once used God's Descent spell to destroy 100,000 soldiers of the Longmu Empire. It was also because of that battle that she had today's status. If I use this curse to release all my life force and then use a forbidden spell, although I may not be able to achieve the same effect, it will definitely not be a problem for me to resist the Ice Goddess Priestess for 2 hours. This is the power of a curse. You must remember, unless you are in a life and death situation, you must never use this curse. Because every time you use it, it will cause you to lose at least 5 years of life force. Do you understand? Nian Bing nodded and said, Master, I understand. It is used to put my life on the line. Long Ji nodded and said, It's good that you understand. In addition, there is one more thing. It is now September. Next year, on the 7th of July, the Huarong Empire's capital will be holding a new magician convention. I hope you can represent the Union to participate. At that time, you only need to show your participation card. Each empire can send 2 new magicians under the age of 25. Other than that, there are no other restrictions. The Ice Moon Empire will send 2 magicians. One will be chosen from the Ice God Tower, while the other will be chosen from our union. Every time, the magicians our union will send are just foils. I hope you can fight for your master's honor. Of course, you can also refuse. After all, this is not within the scope of our original agreement. I have given you the participation card. Whether you want to go or not is up to you." As he said that, he took out a black token from his bosom and handed it to Nian Bing. The token had an obvious magical aura. On it was a complex magical array. Even Nian Bing was unable to distinguish its characteristics. There was a number on the token. It was 10. Do you see it? The number is 10. This means that our results in the last competition were 10th place. Long Zhi's voice was tinged with sorrow. Nian Bing put the token into her spatial ring and said with a faint smile, "Master, if it is on the way, I think I will go." Long Zhi handed a scroll to Nian Bing. "You brat, you just won't give me a definite answer. This spatial scroll can take you directly from here to the alley not far from the back door of the Cool Breeze study. I want to see how the Great Accomplishment Pavilion can keep an eye on you. As for when to leave, you can decide for yourself. Don't say goodbye to me. I don't like that feeling. As for Ling, I will speak for you. Finally, I will remind you one more time. Don't forget what you promised me. How much you can achieve in the future will depend on yourself." Long Zhi left. Nian Bing put the scroll into her spatial ring. Was she finally leaving? This was what she had been looking forward to. But was she really not reluctant to leave? Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight brought light to Ice Snow City, a gray figure quietly appeared in the alley not far from the Cool Breeze study. Looking around, Nian Bing put on the tattered felt hat she had brought from the Magician's Guild. With her coarse clothes, unless it was someone familiar, no one would be able to recognize her. Looking around, Nian Bing was just about to leave to find Feng knew suddenly she heard a clear voice. At the same time, a strong magical wave came from the corner not far from the alley. Driven by curiosity, Nian Bing walked towards the corner. Suddenly, she saw a strange scene. It was a little girl who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. She was not tall, only reaching Nian Bing's chest. Her figure was petite and exquisite, although her clothes were a little tattered. It could be seen that they were originally made of very luxurious cloth. Her hair was combed into 2 long black braids. Her back was facing Nian Bing, and she was muttering something. "I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet, faint." She pointed a small, pitch-black magic staff at the ground. Suddenly, a red hexagram appeared on the ground. The light of the hexagram was not very obvious. The strangest thing was that, although it was red, it did not release any heat. The magical elements in the air seemed to be repelled and dispersed. Just when Nian Bing did not know what she was doing, the dark red light suddenly expanded. A scene that made Nian Bing almost cry out in shock happened. On the dark red hexagram, a huge figure appeared. With a moo, the figure gradually became clear. It had black and white hair on its body. It was a cow. The dark red hexagram disappeared. The cow rubbed against the girl's body affectionately. Although the cow's body was not very tall, it was extremely fat. As long as it moved a little, the fat on its body would constantly tremble. "Good cow, I'm so hungry. I can't walk anymore. Can you give me some milk to drink? I'm starving to death." The girl patted the cow's head and said somewhat pleadingly. The cow let out a low growl in dissatisfaction, as if it did not want to contribute its milk. Nian Bing, at this time, felt a burst of nervousness. What did she see? Although it was a cow, but this was clearly a special magic of the same origin as her ice and fire, summoning magic. Could it be that this little girl was a summoning mage? Heavens! Summoning mages actually existed. Chapter 33. Nian Bing had read about it in the Magician Union. Summoning magic was known as the most mysterious magic on the mainland. It was even more mysterious than dark magic. The requirements for practicing summoning magic were very strange, and very few people could meet them. The basic requirement was that the person who practiced summoning magic had to be a naturally white person. The so-called Caucasians were people who were born without any physical attributes. Although it was rare to have dual attributes, there were still 1 or 2 in 1,000 people. However, Caucasians without any attributes were 1 in 10,000. According to the records, thousands of years ago, the level of magic at that time was much more advanced than it is now. Magicians were the most mainstream profession. Humans would choose to cultivate magic according to their own attributes. If you were a white person at that time, you would inevitably be called a piece of trash. At that time, one of the few Caucasians could not withstand the pressure from the outside world and chose to commit suicide. However, during the process of suicide, something strange happened. No one knew what happened at that time. But a few years later, the continent's first summoning magician appeared. Although Caucasians could not practice magic because they did not have any attributes, they were born with strong mental strength. Summoning magic was to use mental strength to summon various creatures that had signed a contract with the summoner. These creatures could be as small as birds and beasts, and as big as giant dragons. They could all become the summoner's companions. The stronger the mental strength, the stronger the creature could be summoned and made to fight for the summoner. To become a summoning magician, the most important thing was undoubtedly to increase one's mental strength. However, luck was also very important. As a summoning magician without any abilities, due to their lack of talent, they couldn't even practice martial arts. How could it be easy to sign a contract with a powerful creature? Therefore, luck was also very important to a summoner. In order to be able to summon a stronger summoner, these Caucasian summoners researched a special magic that was suitable for them. That was the spiritual magic that relied on their strong mental strength to cultivate. For ordinary people, this was almost impossible. However, for them it was not difficult. Not knowing when the legendary summoners disappeared from the mainland due to the lack of Caucasians, legend had it that the strongest summoner, the dragon summoner, also came to an end. Nian Bing had never thought that she would meet a summoning magician before she left Ice Snow City. Although she had only summoned a cow, the fact was that she had summoned a summoning magician. As she thought of this, Nian Bing's mental strength fluctuated violently due to the shock in her heart. Moo. The cow raised its head warily and looked in the direction of Nian Bing. The girl followed the cow's gaze and turned around at the same time. At this moment, Nian Bing finally saw her appearance clearly. Her fair skin was like white jade, and her beautiful face had a pair of big black eyes that were the same color as her hair. Her eyes were really big, and they exuded a friendly aura. Her small red lips slightly pouted, and she blinked in surprise. "Who's there?" Nian Bing walked out from the shadows and said awkwardly, "Hello, little sister." The girl stuck out her tongue. "You're so annoying. Don't call me little sister. I'll be 16 in 11 months. What are you doing there? Could it be that you deliberately followed me? No wonder Father said that there's no good in the outside world. Why are you following me?" Nian Bing hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, don't misunderstand. I'm not following you. I just happened to pass by here and felt the fluctuation of magic, so I came to take a look. Little sister." "Oh, no, miss, are you a summoning magician?" The girl was stunned for a moment and said, "You can tell? Father said that whoever recognizes our identity must die." Nian Bing was shocked and said, "What? Why is that?" The girl shook her head and giggled. "But don't be afraid. Even if I want you to die, it won't be that easy. Because I don't have a pet that can attack people. Big brother, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry." Nian Bing helplessly shook her head and said, "I came out in a hurry, so I don't have anything to eat with me. But I can buy some for you. Aren't there a lot of food shops outside? Why don't you buy some?" The girl pursed her lips and said, I snuck out and didn't bring any money with me. These days, I've been drinking light milk to not be hungry. Big brother, can you buy me something to eat? I'll use light milk to exchange with you." Nian Bing looked at the fat cow and said, "It's called light milk." The girl's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Light Milk, why aren't you saluting this big brother? Light Milk mooed and suddenly lifted its two front hooves, raising its fat body. Nian Bing could clearly see that there were 8 fat cows under its belly. They were red and looked like they had a lot of milk. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The milk cow called Light Milk's 8 teats suddenly shot out a milky white light at the same time, attacking Nian Bing like lightning. Nian Bing wasn't a warrior. Even if his reaction was fast, there was no way he could dodge in this narrow alley. The activation magic scroll played a crucial role at this moment. A blue light suddenly lit up and a thick ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Nian Bing. Under the attack of the white light, 8 deep holes appeared in the ice wall that was nearly 1 meter thick. Nian Bing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out that the 8 white lights were actually 8 streams of milk that shot out from the teats. He didn't doubt that in a situation where he didn't have any protection, these 8 streams of milk could easily penetrate his body. With a slight wave of his right hand, the stone of fire god appeared from the space ring. Nian Bing carefully chanted a spell and looked at the girl in front of him vigilantly. The girl saw that Nian Bing blocked the milk cow's attack and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. "You're also a magician?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have felt the fluctuation of your magic before?" The girl curled her lips and said, "Then there's no other way. I have to kill you. Otherwise, if Father knows that I revealed my magic secret, he won't let me out in the future. I'm sorry, brother." Her charming face emitted a sunny smile, making it difficult for Nian Bing to associate her with the word murder. But at this time, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. This girl in front of him who could use summoning magic was definitely not simple. He subconsciously took a step back. The milk cow called Nian Bing had already arrived in front of the girl. Its pair of eyes looked at Nian Bing with disdain. With a moo, it raised its 2 front hooves and shot 8 streams of milk at Nian Bing. But this time it was much more hurried. Nian Bing held the stone of fire god in his right hand and slowly extended it forward. A ball of purple flames suddenly condensed into a fire shield in front of him. This was a rank 4 spell called Purple Flame Shield. This was the spell that he had prepared beforehand. Its function was to generate high temperature to defend against ice magic. At this time, it was clearly the most suitable spell to deal with the milk cow. Although the milk's impact was very strong, it evaporated into milk powder before it even touched the purple flame shield. Suddenly, a faint fragrance of milk floated in the air. The purple flame shield only emitted a few streams of hot air, but there wasn't the slightest damage. Relying on his magic control that far exceeded that of a magician of the same rank, Nian Bing's right hand controlled the purple flame shield to take a step forward. He looked at the fat milk cow and said, "Don't you have any other skills besides milking milk? As such a magic beast, I really don't know how you survive. What if you milked the milk clean?" Although the milk cow in front of him was no different from a normal milk cow, but from the fact that it could attack, it could be seen that it still belonged to the category of magic beasts. It's just that its abilities were very small, and it seemed like it only knew how to attack with milk. The milk cow looked at the purple flame shield in front of Nian Bing and was clearly a little afraid. It turned its head to look at its master and mooed a few times. The young girl stuck her head out from behind the milk cow and looked at Nian Bing, said in surprise, "Big brother, why aren't you dead yet? Just now it was ice and now it's fire. How come I didn't hear Father say that there was such a magician?" Nian Bing's heart was slightly startled. Only now did he realize that he had unintentionally revealed a secret. He said indifferently, "Just now it was a magic scroll and now it's my magic. Miss, if you don't want this milk cow to turn into beef jerky, it's better to let it dodge." The young girl seemed to be in a difficult position. "But my cow can kill people. If I send it back to my space, how can I kill you?" Her appearance was extremely cute, and there was no trace of pretentiousness. Nian Bing found it funny and said, "Then have you killed anyone before?" The young girl shook her head and said, "No, but father always talks about killing people. So mother always quarrels with him. I was bored to death, so I ran out to play." Nian Bing looked at the young girl in front of him who didn't understand the world, and a trace of emotion rose in his heart. It wasn't the feeling of a man and a woman, but the feeling of a brother caring for a sister. "How about this? You send this fat cow back to your so-called space, and I'll treat you to something good to eat. How about it?" The young girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Okay. Then, after eating, I'll kill you. Father is very fierce, so I can't do anything about it. Big brother, you won't blame me, right?" Nian Bing casually dissolved the purple flame shield and said, "Come with me." After saying that, he pressed down the hat on his head and walked out of the alley. He still had a lot of trigger scrolls on him, so he wasn't afraid of the young girl's sneak attack. The young girl cheered in high spirits. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and murmured, "Faint, keep!" A red light flashed, and the huge cow suddenly disappeared. Before it left behind a low moo sound. The young girl followed behind Nian Bing, and the two of them came to the main street. Nian Bing lowered his head, listening to the young girl's footsteps, and slowly walked towards the north of the city. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to leave Ice Snow City, he could have taken the young girl to the Breeze Sect to eat a big meal. But now he couldn't. The streets in the city were too far away for him to avoid. After walking for about an hour, the young girl finally couldn't bear the loneliness and quickened her pace to Nian Bing's side. "Big brother, I'm so hungry and my legs are so soft I can't walk anymore. When will there be good food?" Nian Bing turned his head to look at the young girl who was shorter than him by a head and said, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon. When the time comes, Big brother will personally make good food for you." He didn't know why, but when he saw the young girl's pure and innocent big black eyes, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for her. The young girl blinked and said, "Big brother, can you carry me on your back? I really can't walk anymore." Nian Bing was stunned. His real age was only 3 years older than the young girl. When he heard her take the initiative to let him carry her, he couldn't help but blush and said, "How can that be? Men and women are different." The young girl pouted and said, "You're lying. Didn't my father always carry me on his back to play?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "That's different. He's your father." The young girl said, "If you don't carry me, I'll find a place where there's no one and summon Faint to ride it." Nian Bing quickly shook his head and said, "That won't do. Riding a cow on the streets will attract attention." His current goal was to quietly leave Ice Snow City. Frankly speaking, even he didn't understand why he had to bring such a burden. The young girl stretched out her arms. Her snow-white hands were as delicate as bamboo shoots in spring. "Then you carry me." Sighing, Nian Bing helplessly squatted down. After all, she was just a young girl. The young girl cheered excitedly. With a fierce jump, she climbed onto Nian Bing's broad back. Although Nian Bing didn't cultivate martial arts from the perspective of a normal person, his body was still considered strong. The young girl's body was very light, so it didn't take much effort to carry her. Just like that, he carried the young girl through the streets and alleys, heading towards their destination. After the time it took to eat a meal, Nian Bing was panting as he let the young girl down from his back. His forehead and temples were already sweating. "Come down, little ancestor. We've reached our destination. Fake Goods Ironware Shop. Big brother, is there anything delicious here?" the young girl asked curiously. Nian Bing didn't answer. He walked to the door and knocked a few times. "Who is it?" a familiar voice gently sounded. Nian Bing suddenly felt his heart warm up. He didn't know why, but in his heart, Feng Nu's appearance had always been the most profound. "Feng Nu, it's me, Nian Bing." The door opened, and Feng Nu, who was dressed in white, poked her head out from behind the door. looking at Nian Bing. Her expression was a little cold. So it's the ice and fire chef. We're just a small family. Aren't you wronging us by coming here? Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu. She seemed to have become more beautiful. Especially that invisible noble aura that she was emitting seemed to have become stronger than before. Feng Nu, For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. Hello, big sister. I'm so hungry. The young girl poked her head out from behind Nian Bing. Her pair of big eyes looked at Feng Nu, revealing a curious expression. Feng Nu saw the cute young girl. She couldn't help but glance at Nian Bing in surprise. She is? Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, I just picked her up from the streets. According to her, she ran away from home and didn't bring any money. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing in confusion. Her expression clearly became a bit more unfriendly. She opened the door and said, You guys come in first. There's going to be something delicious. The young girl cheered and was the first to rush through the door. When Nian Bing passed by the Phoenix Lady, she clearly heard her say in a low voice, If I find out that you've kidnapped an underage girl, don't blame me for being impolite. Nian Bing said with an innocent face, Do you think I'm that kind of person? Feng Nu snorted and said, You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows if you have that kind of hobby? After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. She pulled Nian Bing and pulled him into the courtyard. Her beautiful eyes moved, indescribably moving. Big sister, what delicious food do you have here? I'm so hungry. The young girl ran to Feng Nu's side and shook her hand without any scruples. Feng Nu said softly, Little sister, what's your name? Why are you so naughty when you run away from home? Your family will be worried. Nian Bing nodded and said, That's right, you're too naughty. I don't know your name either. Right? Why can't I call you little sister? But she can call you that? The young girl blinked and said, Because big sister is prettier than you. My name is Shiyun. Actually, I'm very obedient as a cute kitty. That's why Daddy and Mommy like to call me Kitty. You can call me that too. Feng Nu glared at Nian Bing and said, Kitty, ignore him. Nian Bing, hurry up and cook. There are ready-made ingredients in the kitchen. Humph. These days, I have to throw a lot of things every day. It's all your fault. I just want to see when you'll come over. Nian Bing was stunned and said, Didn't I tell you that I might not be able to come over for a while? Feng Nu said, unhappily, Hurry up and cook. I'll deal with you later. Little sister, sit down and rest for a while. As she said that, she pulled over a stool for Kitty to sit down. Nian Bing helplessly shook her head and could only walk to the kitchen. As of now, other than the dead judgy, only Feng Nu could use a commanding tone to make her willingly cook. There weren't many ingredients in the kitchen. There were only a few types of vegetables. After Nian Bing's careful preparation, for dishes and a soup were placed on the table in the courtyard in less than an hour. Their aromatic aroma permeated the air. Wow, it smells so good. Big brother, why is this rice green? Kitty looked at the fragrant rice in her hand and asked. Nian Bing smiled and said, Because Big Brother used the juice of the boiled vegetables to make it. The nutrition of the vegetables will be completely integrated into the rice during the steaming process. Not only is the taste more fragrant, but it's also very nutritious. You should eat more. It's a pity that it's all vegetables. How about you contribute that fat cow of yours, and I'll make you a beef ball to eat. Kitty was obviously startled by Nian Bing. No, you can't eat the cow. The cow has to be milked for Kitty to drink. Feng Nu looked at them in confusion and asked, Cow? Where did the cow come from? Kitty stared at Nian Bing with her eyes wide open. Don't tell me. Big sister. I can't tell you this, Kitty, otherwise you'll die. Hearing her words, Feng Nu's doubts increased. Then why does Nian Bing know? Kitty ate the food in big mouthfuls and vaguely said, Because after I finish eating, I'll kill Big Brother. Who let him know my secret? Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing in shock. She wants to kill you? Nian Bing shrugged and said, "She's inexperienced. Who told me to know her secret? Let her kill me. Anyway, after I finish eating, I'll be leaving here. Perhaps I'll never see her again." Feng Nu's expression changed slightly. "You're leaving?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "I have to leave. You know about the Ice and Fire Chef. I received news that the king of the Ice Moon Empire has ordered me to enter the palace. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't even have my freedom in the future." "Feng Nu, is the Zhangyang saber ready?" Feng Nu's eyes flashed with a strange light. After a while, she nodded and said, "It's ready a few days ago. You should leave too. Perhaps after you leave, I'll leave too." Nian Bing said in surprise, "You're leaving too?" Feng Nu looked at him with a strange gaze and said, "Originally, I was going to leave when you came. There's nothing here that makes me reluctant to leave. But your arrival has made me stay for a few more months. After I finish eating, I'll start the furnace. After the Zhangyang saber is ready, I'll leave." Nian Bing felt a sense of reluctance in her heart. "Then will we meet again in the future? Where do you plan to go after leaving this place?" Feng Nu lowered her head so that Nian Bing didn't see the red light in her eyes. Kitty raised her head and looked at Feng Nu, her big black eyes showing a trace of surprise. Feng Nu said, "Perhaps I'll go to the Longmu Empire. There's something I need to find there. If fate wills it, perhaps we'll meet again." Nian Bing thought that Feng Nu was looking for oars used for casting. She didn't suspect anything and said regretfully, "It's a pity that I promised a friend to go to the Ottoman Empire first. Otherwise, we could go the same way." The meal went on in silence. Kitty was the happiest. Although it was just vegetables, Nian Bing made it with 1,000 flavors. The simple dishes showed his exquisite cooking skills. Kitty showed an appetite that was completely out of proportion to her body. Most of the dishes went into her stomach. Feng Nu, who always had a big appetite, didn't eat much. During the meal, she would occasionally look at Nian Bing with a trace of hesitation, as if she couldn't make up her mind about something. Lunch ended with a clean meal. Feng Nu was about to clean up, but she was stopped by Nian Bing. "I haven't come to see you in so many days. Let me clean up." After that, he quickly put away the bowls and chopsticks and walked to the kitchen. As soon as Nian Bing left, Kitty couldn't wait to grab Feng Nu's hand and whispered, "Sister, sister, are you from the Feng people?" Hearing this, Feng Nu's whole body trembled, and a scorching hot air was naturally emitted. She grabbed Kitty's hand and said in a deep voice, "How did you know? Who are you?" Kitty said with a little grievance, "Sister, you're hurting Kitty. You have the aura of the phoenix. That's why Kitty knows. My father used to take me to the Feng people." A name flashed through Feng Nu's mind. She lowered her voice and said, "Are you the daughter of the dragon summoner Hillard?" Kitty said, "Yes, yes. Sister, do you know my father too?" Feng Nu's eyes flashed, but the expression on her face became gentle again. "I know, of course I know. Hillard is the most talented summoner among the white people. How can I not know him? When you went to the Feng people, it should be 10 years ago. Your father used to help us a lot. He is indeed a genius. It's hard to believe that he could cultivate the summoning technique to that level. Unfortunately, his summoning technique is too dark. But looking at you, you don't seem to be affected by him. Kitty, just now you said that you want to kill Nian Bing. Is it because he already knows that you can summon?" Kitty nodded and said, "It's because of this. My father once said that if outsiders know that I can summon, I must kill him. Otherwise, our people will be attacked by bad people. Sister, he is a magician, and he doesn't seem to be easy to kill. Can you help me kill him? My father always said that Feng people are natural warriors. You can definitely kill him." Feng Nu smiled and said, "Kitty, be good and listen to your sister. Don't kill him. He is still a good person and won't reveal your secret. If your father asks in the future, you can tell him that it was the Phoenix girl who vouched for him. Your father won't blame you, okay?" Kitty nodded and giggled. Okay. Kitty also doesn't want to kill people. Sister, thank you. It's good that I don't have to kill people. Brother Nianbing's cooking is so delicious. I really can't bear to kill him. Feng Nu said unhappily, You little girl, you ran away from home after learning half of the summoning technique. If you want to kill him, you have to learn from your father for at least 5 years. He is not simple. The same origin of ice and fire magic is as magical as your family's summoning technique. Kitty, you have to remember, in front of him, don't reveal your sister's identity. Kitty blinked and said, Sister, don't worry. Kitty is the most obedient. I won't reveal it. Obedient? Would she run away from home if she was obedient? Kitty, after I help your brother Nianbing, I will send you back. If you run away by yourself, your parents will be worried sick. Kitty pouted and said, I don't want to. It's so boring at home. My father makes me hold a crystal ball in a daze every day. He said I can train my spiritual power. It's so boring. It's not fun at all. It's not easy to run away. Kitty wants to play for a few more days. Feng Nu frowned and said, But your father will be worried. Do you want them to be worried? Kitty, be obedient. Otherwise, I will tie you up and bring you back. With the friendship between the Feng people and Kitty's father, Feng Nu must help. Kitty lowered her head and said, Okay, then I will go back with you. At this time, Nianbing finished cleaning up and walked out of the kitchen. She smiled and said, I made a lot of food today. I didn't expect you to eat all of it. Kitty, you shouldn't be called Kitty. You should be called Piggy. Kitty's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, right, sister. Do you have any food here? Kitty's pets haven't eaten yet. They must be hungry. Only Milky Cow is the best. She just needs to eat some grass. The others are not obedient. They are very picky when it comes to food. Nianbing said in surprise, Kitty, how did you say that? Kitty smiled and said, Because you are a good person. I have already told you. Nianbing looked at Feng Nu strangely. She really didn't understand. In such a short time, Feng Nu had already bribed Kitty. It seemed that her charm was indeed much worse than Feng Nu's. Kitty, do your pets need to eat? Kitty said, Of course, they usually eat in my space. But after a while, they need to eat something. Sometimes, when there is no food, I can only let them drink some light milk. They haven't eaten enough since they left home. Feng Nu smiled and said, Then you can call them out. Although I don't have meat here, I have enough food. Kitty said excitedly, Okay. Finally, I can let them out. If they are still picky about food, I will let them starve. Brother, sister, I will let you see my 4 summoned beasts. I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Tian Tian. A red hexagram appeared on the ground. Nianbing clearly felt that the spiritual power, even stronger than her own, filled the space. With a flash of red light, a creature suddenly appeared on the ground. It turned out to be a big fat rat. The big rat was 1/2 meter long. Based on its size, it was even fatter than the cow. Aside from its sharp mouth and thin tail, its entire body was like a gray ball. As soon as it appeared, its sharp nose kept sniffing. When its nose was facing the Phoenix girl, its whole body suddenly trembled and it lay on the ground, not daring to move. As a chef, Nianbing thought to himself as he looked at the fat rat, If I roast it so that all the fat in its body reaches its skin, it will definitely taste very good. I just need to add some salt to it. Kitty said, The big rat is the laziest of all my pets. It only knows how to sleep, eat, and sleep all day long. It is the most difficult to make it work. I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Tian Tian. The red light flashed again. This time, it was a fiery red fox. The fox appeared next to the big rat, Tian Tian. It looked a little thin and small. It blinked its small but very smart eyes. It combed its luxurious fur and seemed to have a strange and evil smile. It directly lay on the back of the big rat. Tian Tian protested twice in dissatisfaction, but probably because of the obscenity, it had to lower its head again. The fox looked around and was about to act like a tyrant. Suddenly, it felt a special aura coming from Feng Nu. It immediately covered its head with its tail, completely like an ostrich.